Greetings to all from Amman, Jordan, on August 6, 1996. This is the first broadcast of the Jordan Journal, of which I expect there will be many. Have learned many things. I arrived on July 9th, so I'm just a week short of being here for 2 months. I've learned so much. I hardly know where to start. I've got a lap full of newspaper clippings of different information that I've collected to pass on to you. I haven't gotten out of Amman yet. One, because it's taken me a long time to get set up here. This really is the first weekend when I feel like I've got things under control. As you will hear, I have a cold. That hasn't helped. But the other thing is the heat. It's been very hot, and August is not the time to go traveling. Amman itself is in the mountains. It's about 3,000 feet, so it's mercifully cool here, although this has been the hottest year since 1920s when they began recording the temperatures. But even then, it runs around maybe mid-90s, never as much as 100 during the day, and cools off very nicely to about the mid-70s at night, because in the mountains there's quite a nice breeze. Amman is, well, I've heard good things and bad things. The town itself, this location, is actually mentioned in the Old Testament. It was called Rabbath Ammon, although in the Archaeology Museum, very good museum at the Citadel, they have artifacts that they found from various tombs dating back to the Bronze Age. So, in fact, the site has been located continuously for many years. There are a few Roman artifacts, or I should say structures, left in town, one being the amphitheater. But historically, Amman was, or the site here, was mentioned even in, as I said, in the Old Testament. In fact, during the reign of David, David and the Israelites, apparently, he captured Amman and burned all the inhabitants alive in a brick kiln. This is mentioned in the Bible, apparently. It's also in my guidebook. The town itself really did flourish during the Roman Empire, when it was called Philadelphia, named for Ptolemy Philadelphus, who ruled from 283 to 246 BC. The amphitheater, which is really the main site left here, was built probably in the 2nd century AD by Antonius Pius, who ruled from 138 to 161 AD. I went about 2 weeks ago to a all Beethoven concert in the amphitheater, which I'm sure Antoninus Pius would have quite enjoyed. They had the orchestra was a mixture of American and Jordanian musicians, according to the conductor, an American conductor who seems like he's a patron of the Jordanian National Conservatory. This was the culmination of a 2-year project. In his brief introduction to the concert, he said that when he came 2 years ago, he found that there was not a single French horn in all of Jordan. So he told a very charming story of how he got $7,000 French horns donated to the National Conservatory, and now they are being played quite ably by local musicians. The concert, the orchestra, was a combination of a youth orchestra from someplace in New England, in the United States, and a chorus of maybe 30 people from Maryland, United States. And they did Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, the one that ends with a big chorus. And it was quite lovely. I quite enjoyed it. Very small audience. It was a benefit. The ticket cost me $3 JD, which is about $5, which all went to a charity sponsored by the Queen. Then last week, on Wednesday evening, I went to another concert of quite a different group, Chico and the Gypsy Kings, a rock group from Spain who are very popular right now. And though that ticket cost me $7 JD, which is about $9, but boy, it was worth it. I don't know what Antoninus Pius would have thought about the concert, but boy, the stadium was really rocking. The crowd had about doubled. There were maybe 400 or 500 people there, mostly young, lots of foreigners. And as the band was playing, The crowd was in there, standing at their seats. These amphitheater seats, mind you, they're just concrete and stone, dancing and swaying with the music. And Chico, the main musician, only spoke Spanish and was speaking to the crowd in Spanish. And there was some Spanish coming back, but a lot of Arabic and English and so on. Anyway, it was really fun. We had a great time. I went with some of the other teachers. Turn of the century, Amman was a very small village of maybe 2,000 people. At the end of the Arab Revolt, which in fact is celebrated here on June 10th, in Arabic it's called the Great Arab Revolt. At the end of the Arab Revolt, the British and French and Americans made the district called Transjordan and established a sort of a puppet emir here. Emir means E-M-I-R, means prince in Arabic. There are very few kings, principally the king of Saudi Arabia and the king of Jordan. This happened in the early 1920s when the Emirate of Transjordan was really ruled by a mandate from of the British government. Then in 1950, the capital Amman was named the capital of the Hashemite kingdom. Hashemites being the family that the current King Hussein comes from, which in fact can trace their roots right back to the Prophet Muhammad, which makes King Hussein a Sharif, which is a title reserved for only those descendants who can directly trace their bloodline right back to Prince Muhammad. Muhammad wasn't a prince, he was a prophet. Amman today has about 1.5 million people and is surprisingly modern. There are the kind of cars and traffic jams and computers in the offices and telecommunication service that you would expect in any capital. What I've been surprised at is what's missing here. There is not an old souk or market. Rather, what they call the souk is just souk, S-U-K, is just a shopping district of about 3 or 4 very long streets that have regular shops in them. Amman was originally built on 7 hills like Rome, and now sprawls, I should say, over about 19 hills. It just goes in all directions. Physically, it's all of the buildings are of various shades of white and beige and grayish sandstone. And in fact, in the whole town, there really are very few buildings that have any distinguishing features. Some are landmarks simply because they're larger than others. One particular mosque because it's got a magnificent blue tiled roof, which I can see from the balcony of my flat. But Amman itself is very dry. There is no natural water here, no lakes, no rivers, no nothing. It's just dry. And the landscape then is these white buildings that follow the hills up and down for miles, and the dry and very barren mountains that surround the village, surround the town. My apartment, is in one of the older districts called Jebel al-Aman. Jebel, J-A-B-A-L or J-E-B-E-L. The vowels are very tenuous in Arabic. They're not written in the language, soft vowels. So people pretty much put in whatever they want. In any case, Jebel al-Hussein is one of the older districts. I live about 2 blocks from one of the main shopping areas. The districts are centered around traffic circles, again from a throwback to the British mandate here. The word in Arabic for traffic circle is duar. So the one near my house is Duar Faras, and my business, the school where I'm working, is on Jebel Aman, Duar Falas, which is the 3rd circle. But the whole town traffic system is laid out around these roundabouts. Many of the roundabouts, or Duar, don't exist anymore. They've been torn up and traffic lights put in at the intersections to handle the vast traffic, but they're still called Circle 3, Circle 4, Circle 5, and so on. Most of the apartments in Amman are fairly large, 2 and 3, maybe 4 bedrooms, to accommodate these large Arab families that have 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 12 children, all living in an apartment. Mine has I've got 4 rooms here. There's what they call a salon, which is my living room, which must be about 12 by 14. There's a bedroom that's about the same size, a kitchen that's not about half of that size, a bathroom, and a small hallway which connects all the rooms in the middle. Very typical design. The building is made of concrete. Everything inside is painted white, and the floors are this composite tile that I saw both when I lived my flats in Cyprus and in Turkey, and in fact in Bahrain also. The tile is very easy to wash. It's very dusty here because of the dryness. So the floors have to be mopped at least every other day, or they just get too gritty. In the bathroom and the kitchen, in all the flats, there are drains in the floor. So you simply, like on a ship, you simply throw a bucket of water on the floor and take the mop and spread it around. And then they have these amazing, I don't know what they're called, kind of a blade. It's like those blades that you use to wash the windows of your car. Phone's ringing, but it's for the neighbors. And the blade, instead of being just 2 or 3 feet long, like the little small ones for wiping your windshields, are in fact from 1 foot to, I've seen them 4 feet wide, or the way that people clean their patios outside. And that blade then is attached to a long handle. So you throw water on the kitchen floor, push it around with a string mop, and then take this blade and just simply draw all the water towards the drain, and then come back in 15 minutes and the floor is dry. Because Amman is in the mountains, there is very little humidity here. It runs around 30%, which in this heat doesn't amount to anything. Therefore, although it can be quite hot outside, if you simply get out of the sun, sit in the shade, at a restaurant, for example, it's very pleasant. Although this is the 1st of September in 2 days, it's still warm enough to sit outside at night in t-shirts and short sleeves. That's the rather minimal size of my apartment, which was furnished, by the way, and for which I pay 250 dinar or $300 a month, which is very, very high. But the reason I took this flat was, one, the location. I don't have a car here because they're very expensive, at a minimum of about $5,000 or $6,000 to buy an old car. But the reason I took this flat is that I'm on the top of a building. It's 4 stories up, no elevator. But my flat takes only about half of the roof, and the other half of it is primarily my terrace. From the terrace, I can see, I've got a 180-degree view of about half of Amman, of these jebels with the white buildings following the hills. It's quite lovely, and because the air is so high and the air is so clean, that it really is sparkly at night. All the lights of the city and the stars, it's quite lovely. I spend a great deal of time out there. Around to the one side of my flat and all the way around the back, and in fact on the roof, are the water depots for the people that live in the building. These depots are about 1.5 ton apiece, made of aluminum. We have water rationing here in Amman, which apparently is fairly new and of major concern to everyone. The building that I'm in gets water twice a week on Wednesday and Saturday, which means that the city water comes into the depots that people keep down at ground level, and then they keep those full. And then when the ground level depot fills, they have pumps, electric pumps, that automatically transfer the water to the depot on the roof, so that you always have, every household always has 3 tons of water stored. So I have never had any problem at all with water shortage here. The water, in fact, that comes directly into my house comes by by gravity from the depot on the roof. And because it sits out in the sun all day, I have yet to turn my hot water heater on, because the water coming right off the roof is warm enough, in the heat, mind you, to just take a quick shower. One of the peculiarities here that I think really does merit some mention is the fact that because there is no door-to-door mail service, there are really no street addresses, and nobody really knows the names of any of the streets. Apparently, some years ago, there was an effort to do door-to-door service, mail service, but so many places don't really have addresses, and the winding streets aren't named, and people were suspicious of giving their address to the government. So it was a disaster. It didn't work. They just gave up. But the problem then is finding someplace. I spent about 3 weeks trying to find a flat, using directions that people were giving me: turn here, turn there, go here and go there, and so on, using landmarks that I didn't know. And it was really an ordeal. To give directions to get to my house, to get home, to the taxi driver to get home from work, I tell him first Jebel Hussein, which locates a neighborhood, and then I'll tell him Duar Faras, the main roundabout that's nearby, and then I'll tell him the name of a school. There happens to be a very large private Catholic school, De La Salle, quite near my house, actually at the intersection where you turn off. And most of the taxi drivers know that. They call this school, the nickname is the Friars School, which in Arabic is pronounced Frier. And often the taxi drivers will use that. So I just simply start from the largest location, namely the Jebel that I live on, and then bring the directions down to the closest I can to my front door. And beyond that, I've had to learn taxi driver Arabic. Yemin is right turn, and Shmel is left turn. Huna and Hunak are here and there. And Shway is slow down, you're getting near my house. So I'm doing okay with minimal Arabic at this point. Taxis are really cheap. Because cars are so expensive and taxis are so cheap, it cost me about 500 dinar, which is 75 cents to get home from work. So I'm not suffering at all from that. There's also a service system, which are white cars, large ones, mostly Mercedes, or old U.S. Sedans, and they simply pack 6 people in them. They travel a regular route, have regular stops, and they simply stop at their stops and wait until 6 people get in, and then they take off. Those cost about 7 cents for a run, maybe 10 cents in some of them. I haven't tried those yet because I can't get from here to work without making a change downtown, and that's going to take some logistics. As far as street names, apparently most streets have several names. One is the name that's posted on the street, and those often can have 3, 4, 5 words even, named after some important person or some battler. I don't know what the rest of them are. Then they have a name that the local people know. For example, one of them is called Garden Street because there used to be a forest at the end of it. I have no idea what the local name is. I can't remember the official name because nobody uses it. There's an English language newspaper here called the Jordan Times. In fact, I'm including a number of photographs, pictures, and articles with this tape from the Jordan Times. They have very good reporting. In fact, I've been quite pleased with it, and they take stuff off the international wire press like Reuters and AP. So in terms of general news, I'm getting a lot out of this newspaper. There's also a local radio station. Jordan Radio and Television has a radio station, which is kind of pop music. I've heard stuff off the BBC. They have a classical program once a week. But there's an awful lot of call-in by the locals, and it dissolves into disco music quite often during the day. But they do broadcast current events and this sort of thing. There are a couple of English language television stations, although I haven't even turned the television on yet, so I'm not quite familiar with them. The local Jordan television station, number 2, is in English, Channel 2. There's a station from Syria that is in Arabic and English. And then we very clearly get a station from Israel that is only in Hebrew. And to listen to it, it's amazingly close to Arabic. But they also apparently have first-run movies that are not dubbed. They're broadcast in English. It takes a bit of an antenna to get that. Everybody in Amman seems to speak at least a bit of English, including the taxi drivers. And many, in fact, are quite fluent. They begin learning English here in the public schools from about 7 or 8 years old. The children start school at 5, just like in the United States. So they go through many, many years of English education. The majority of my students at the American Center, which is the most expensive language school in town, have been through private schools, and in fact, their English is even better than okay. Some of them are quite fluent. Those are the students in my TOEFL preparation class. These are people who have finished university in Jordan. I've got one accountant who's going off to, he's got a degree, a master's in accountancy. I've had two of them, in fact, going on to take a PhD in the United States. And there's an agricultural engineer who also wants to do a PhD in the United States. Quite an interesting mix of people. But even the taxi drivers, most of them speak in some English. I've had some quite amazing conversations. Many of the taxi drivers are Palestinians who, one in fact had an electronics business, apparently quite profitable, in Kuwait. And after the Gulf War, he was thrown out of Kuwait along with about 300,000 other Palestinians, most of whom came here to Amman, to Jordan and to Amman, with their money, by the way. But these taxi drivers are quite interesting. Another older guy told me, he's Jordanian, told me that he's got a wife and 4 kids, and he drives a 16-hour day to try and make enough money. The economics here are really bad. People are struggling to make ends meet. You may have heard on the news about the bread riots here about 2 weeks ago. The background of that actually is quite interesting. The International Monetary Fund has pretty much told the Jordan to get its finances in order, and they began a program of economic reform back in 1989. One of the things, the factors of this is that they have to eliminate government subsidies on things like flour and animal grain that's used for feed for chickens and so on. As a result of lifting this, subsidizing of flour, the price of bread increased by 200% one day. What they're saying now, calling the bread riots, was a result of that. Now, in the newspaper, the government is accusing Iraqis of, particularly the Ba'ath Party, which is Saddam Hussein's political party, of interference and stirring up trouble. The problems began in Karak, which is a city can't be more than 2 hours south of Amman, and is noted for being a very religious, conservative town, and also the home of some of the more fundamental political parties, fundamentalist in terms of Islamic fundamentalism political parties. By the way, the Jordanians make a very clear distinction between the state, which is King Hussein, and the government, which is the parliament. The government can more or less control the government, the running of the country to a point, but King Hussein makes the ultimate decision. And when there has been a long discussion, certainly the full 2 months that I've been here, over lifting the subsidies and increasing the price of bread. And there was some very, very vociferous opposition to it by members of parliament. But the king went on television and in the newspaper explained again and again that this has to be done, that it's more related to the long-term financial planning of Jordan, and again, as required by the International Monetary Fund, this economic reform program, must continue on its. In order to compensate the poorer families for the increased price of bread, the government, the Prime Minister, and the King have come up with a bread coupon program under which all Jordanians, every man, woman, and child, will get monthly bread coupons, which will be good for 6 kilos of bread in a month. Now, the problem is that 6 kilos of bread is only worth about 12 days. because they eat about a kilo of bread a day. The bread is delicious here. The primary form is like a pita bread. But because bread is one of the main staples in their diet, this coupon for a reduced price of 6 kilos of bread is not going to amount to really very much. The other 18 days of the month, they're going to have to buy their own food. A Jordanian is identified by their passport, and in fact, every man, woman, and child in Jordan has a passport. When babies are born, the parents take their passport. The father takes his passport down to the passport office and registers the child in his passport. The bread coupons will be distributed at work for government employees. And since 50% of the workforce is on the government payroll, that takes care of most of the people. There will be distribution centers, many of them, for other people like the Jordanians that work at the American Center, for them to go down and pick up these monthly coupons. This idea of food subsidies is not new. There's also another program in place where every 3 months the government gives, again, all Jordanians coupons for half-price sugar, milk, and rice. They have, at the beginning of the 3-month period, it's announced in the newspaper, and they've got 1 week to go get their coupons from specific offices where they are distributed. And then it's 1 week only, and then they get no coupons at all. Now, these 3-month coupons are good for about a 2-month supply of sugar, milk, and rice for a large family. After that, they have to buy their own. So families are very careful about portioning out staples, like now including bread, but milk and rice and sugar also. Jordanian rice, I bought a kilo of Jordanian rice, which runs about 40 piastre. Well, let's see. I have to explain the money here. Anyway, it's about $2. It's about 50 cents a kilo, which is pretty cheap compared with the basmati rice, which is imported. In fact, there's some good stuff that comes from Texas, which runs about $2 a kilo. So the prices are, when you're looking at how cheap these prices are, 50 cents a kilo for a kilo of rice, you can see just how low the wages are here. An awful lot of families are subsisting on 100 to 200 dinar a month, which is less than $300 a month, and the families tend to be large. As a result of these bread riots, there's been a lot in the newspaper about the government doing some rethinking about government has been thinking a lot, and a lot of discussion in the newspaper about making the workings of the government more transparent, more visible, more understandable to the man on the street. Although there was a great deal of coverage in the newspaper and on the television about these subsidies and why these subsidies had to be removed. People in the towns where they were rioting in the southern and poorer part of Jordan, apparently didn't really have a clear understanding, and the government felt that part of the problem, the cause of these riots, was that people didn't understand why it had to be done. Interestingly, during the course of this rioting, the targets were government buildings, police cars, a couple of government bank buildings were burned. This kind of violence is really unheard of here. There has never been a curfew in Jordan. During the whole course of this Palestinian Intifada and all the other problems, Jordan has really been quite free and is very proud of the fledgling democracy that seems to be working fairly well here. The editorials and rhetoric and congratulatory telegrams and so on that have been noticed in the press since the riots have all emphasized the point that this kind of violence cannot be tolerated in a democratic society, and everybody is, from the king, the government, educated people. There's a column in the newspaper by academics everybody is certainly supporting the king and the government in terms of resorting to dialogue, finding solutions through dialogue as opposed to through violence. Since the government has also eliminated the subsidy to grain, animal feed, everything related to animals all the byproducts have also increased in price, which includes chickens, eggs, yogurt. I found there's a little local mom and pop store. Let's see, mom and pop would be and Abu store, about halfway down the block from where I live. And the family in there that runs it, put me on to some terrific yogurt. Oh, it just tastes like cream. It's so good. But it's only delivered on Saturday, so they save me a carton of it. I buy about a half liter and stand at the kitchen sink sometimes and just eat it. But it wasn't available for a couple of weeks, and the man explained that because the price of feeding the chickens and the cows had gone up, that the price of milk, the wholesale price of milk had gone up. Therefore, the dairy was not producing this kind of yogurt, which is rather expensive, until they could sell it at the increased price. And this yogurt, this particular brand, is used in mansaf, which is the national dish of lamb cooked in a yogurt sauce. It's really delicious. Everyone eats this on Friday, which is the Sabbath here. The weekends are Thursday and Friday, as they are in many Muslim countries. However, many businesses actually people work from Saturday, which is the equivalent of Monday, through Thursday afternoon. They do a 5.5 day week, and they get Thursday afternoon and all day Friday off. Government offices, including schools, close they close at 2 in the afternoon. And most shops close somewhere between 1 and 2. The businesses then open up again in the evening after it cools off for around maybe 6 or 7 in the evening till 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So the traffic jam here actually is from 1 until 2:30 in the afternoon, when everyone tries to go home. Again, along with the very modern appearance of Amman, I've seen maybe 1 or 2 horses in town, as opposed to Istanbul, where there were people in horse carts going through the main traffic of town. It's really very, very modern. I think when I get out of Amman, I'm going to find more horse carts and a lot less English, as the villages tend to be more traditional. With my cold and a sinus infection, I had to go get some antibiotic from my doctor, and his clinic hours start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He spends the mornings in the hospital, goes home for the midday, and then comes back to the clinic about 3 or 4, I think, in the afternoon until about 7. Medicines here there is of course, government subsidized pharmaceutical companies, and they are incredibly cheap. But on the other hand, there are also a lot of imported medicines, and this doctor has been able to get imported medicines from American stuff. Interesting man. I was referred to him by a Jordanian friend who's a doctor. This fellow, turns out he went to his undergraduate school in Istanbul, so he speaks Turkish. So when I first went to see him, we started off in Turkish, but he finished his medical school about 30 years ago and then went on to Austria, where he finished medical school. He said, in fact, that he didn't study in Austria in German, but his doctors all taught in English. This would have been in the 70s, so he speaks English with a heavy German accent. A very nice man. His brother is a aeronautical engineer someplace in LA, one of the big space industry companies, and his son-in-law is a professor at Stanford. So his daughter and son-in-law and grandkids live in Palo Alto. So we've had quite a good time talking about my illnesses and then his family and his travels in Turkey and so on. He's quite a charming man, as are most Jordanians. I have been very impressed with the Jordanians. I've heard from other people that they are among certainly the most intelligent and very definitely the best educated of the Arabs. Very handsome people. I've got some of the Jordanian women in my class are really very, very beautiful. Not like some of the Egyptians or the Saudi women that get fat and heavy very young. These Jordanian women are, many of them, very, very tall as I am, and stay slim for their whole lives, and very, very handsome. So who lives in Jordan and Amman? I've heard from a British expat here in fact, I met him in Bulgaria. He's lived in Amman for 25 years. He's an insurance adjuster for a British company whose district includes all of the Gulf and the other Arab countries. He speaks fluent Arabic. But he told me that in Amman, the British community is the largest expat group, and he said there's only 300 of them. So although it is the capital, and certainly an important, because of the stability of the government here, is an important center for Western activity within this Arab world and the Gulf, the expat community is actually quite small in terms of Westerners. But I've also read in the newspaper numbers as high as 300,000 foreign workers in Jordan, which is part of the problem with the economy here. Now, those 300,000 workers are primarily the laboring class. Jordanians won't do heavy physical work. They're too well educated for it. So most of the heavy work is done primarily by Egyptians, and then a lot of Sri Lankans and Pakistanis, not nearly as many as in the Gulf. But the housemaids are primarily Sri Lankans. They get about $100 a month. They live with a family. A Jordanian man, the head of the household, has to sponsor the maid to come here. These maids tend to be from very poor villages and very uneducated. And the $100 a month that they get in terms of salary is sent back to their families in Sri Lanka. So the maids themselves get free room and board, and basically no holidays, and they work them like animals. They don't like the Sri Lankan maids to learn Arabic, because then they can understand what the family is saying. The Arab families are worried that the maids will gossip and tell the family secrets among themselves. What's actually preferred are Filipino maids. The Filipino women are better educated, and they already speak English. They tend to be cleaner too, because they come from more prosperous families. Their salaries are a bit higher than the very cheap Sri Lankan maids. Well, that's in terms of people who live here. Now, among the locals, the mixture, of course, there are thousands of Palestinians who have Jordanian passports. I did read an interesting statistic in the newspaper. The population here really is very much a mixture of Arab Muslims and Christians. And there was an interesting statistic in the newspaper that the Eastern Orthodox Arab community in Jordan and Palestine is estimated at about 200,000. My landlords, in fact, are Christian. They are, although they've been in Amman for 50 years, they came from Jaffa in Palestine and still consider themselves refugees. There also is one of the reasons I had such a difficult time finding a flat is that there's a huge influx of people from the Gulf, Arabs from the Gulf and Saudi Arabia, who come in during the summer because it's so cheap here. There was something like 25,000 people from Kuwait came during the summer, and over 200,000 from Saudi Arabia. Now, these from Saudi and Kuwait and the other Gulf countries, these are the probably upper to middle class people. The very rich, including all of the royal family of Saudi, which numbers in the thousands. They, of course, have villas in around Lake Geneva and in London and so on, so they don't need a cheap holiday, as it's the middle class families who drive here to Amman and spend the summer because it's cooler. There were another 22,000 people from the Gulf here also during the summer. What they do is come at the end of school with their families, and they rent an apartment, these furnished apartments. There are some places called apartment hotels. They rent them for the summer and for the family here. And then in some cases the father stays too. In other cases the fathers travel back and forth. But when the temperature in the Gulf is pushing 50 degrees centigrade, which is about 115, 120, the Gulfites simply evacuate. Everybody leaves. It has created a real housing problem here in Jordan, in Amman especially, because during the summer, of course, the landlords inflate the rentals. There has been over a number of years, according to the Jordanian, with the housing ministry, has a policy where an unfurnished flat is rented for a year lease at a certain rent, but it's impossible for the landlord to ever throw these people out in an unfurnished flat, and in fact, they can't even raise the rent. So there are people in Amman living in fairly large flats, paying 30 or 40 dinar, which is about $50 a month, who have been there for 10, 20 years, for a flat that now might rent for more like $200 a month. The loophole in the housing law is that in a furnished flat, the contract is binding. So when the rental contract, as mine does, when it ends in a year, then the landlord can either ask the tenants to leave or raise the rent when they renew the contract. Furnished flats are actually fully furnished, including all the furniture, television, ironing board, everything in the kitchen, and so on. And they just keep turning these flats over again and again. I was quite lucky, in fact, to find the flat that I'm in. There was a teacher from the center who was here, who left in June, and the place was empty for a while until I moved in. The number of 300 amongst the British expat community is limited, I would guess, almost entirely to expat workers who are here like me, with some kind of a work permit, because there is an enormous number of wives married to Jordanians here, foreign wives. Many British, a lot of American. There must be, of the 12 teachers at work, I think 4 of them are married to Jordanians and are here permanently, with Jordanian visas. So the official number of 300 for the British community does really not reflect what a cosmopolitan group this is, population this is in Amman. There must be, I believe there are about 6,000 of these Filipino maids here, house servants, which is a substantial number. They also have quite a large community. This Chico and the Gypsies concert that I went to the other night, there was a very obvious Spanish contingent here, who have been here for quite some time, apparently dating maybe even from the Inquisition in Spain, when a group of these Spanish Jews migrated out of Spain. A large group of them, of course, went to Istanbul, and they're still there. But apparently there's quite a large community here also. On the call-in show on Radio Jordan that I listen to occasionally, I've heard people from all over the world. Philippines, a Russian woman called and wished happy birthday to somebody. She'd send in a Russian song that they played. They play Armenian music. There's quite a large Turkish community here. They play Turkish music. There's a large French community. I've heard French speakers call in and dedicate things, people from several different countries in Spain. So it's quite a cosmopolitan town, which is very much reflected in the attitude, the very urbane sophistication of most of the Jordanians that I certainly have had much contact with. I've decided that when I write my biography, the chapter of all my travels in my life and the interesting things I've seen and done, the chapter on Jordan is going to be based primarily on conversations with taxi drivers. Every one of them has got a relative in the United States, and I'm not talking about distant cousins. I mean brothers, sisters, children, so on, aunts, uncles, who are longtime residents of the United States. But they invariably tell me that although they have applied, the locals here have applied many times for visas to the United States, they simply have been refused. It's very difficult, for, I think, obvious political reasons, for a Jordanian/Palestinian to get a visa to the States. They just simply don't hand them out. I've had any number of the taxi drivers, when I take the taxi to the embassy or I take the taxi to the American Center, or they simply figure out right away that I'm American. Many of them have asked me for help getting a visa. I've even had a couple of marriage proposals, quite in jest, but they're all keen to get out of here. The economy is so bad, and they see the United States really as the land of milk and honey. It's not uncommon for a bride and groom after their wedding to go to the United States for their honeymoon. I had one taxi driver tell me that he's already saved $6,000 to take his wife to the United States on a real honeymoon when he finally gets the money together. When I told him that $6,000 would probably cover less than a week once he pays for his $2,500 in plane tickets, he was quite appalled. But he said he would go back and tell his wife. He keeps telling her apparently that they really can't afford it. But it's a dream that he has, and eventually he might actually realize it. They're very hard-working people. In one of my wanderings around the shops near where I work, I ran into a shopkeeper a Jordanian who had worked for many years for the UN High Commission for Refugees in Africa. And he was now set up shop selling some beautiful artifacts from Africa. In any case, he told me that a lot about the UN and Somalia and how it didn't work. But he did tell me that after the Gulf War, when the PLO took the wrong side and backed Saddam Hussein, that after the Gulf War 6 years ago, that the Kuwaiti government, as everyone knows, would not let the Palestinians back in. So there were some 300,000 Palestinian refugees who were forced out of Kuwait, although they were able to take their assets with them, apparently what was left after the Iraqi army stole most everything. But the bulk of them, that 300,000, came to Amman, and there was, immediately following that, with the $12 billion they brought with them, there was a building boom, which did inject some, cash into the Jordanian economy. Prior to that, the Jordanian government had actually been borrowing money from the PLO to pay government salaries. So it's been very much a feast or famine here in terms of the economy. I understand that the money that the government had budgeted long term for improvements within the country, like roads. The double shifts now have been eliminated. More schools were built, more teachers were trained and hired. So now the children go to school from, I think it's about 8 o'clock in the morning till 1. In addition, all of these new apartment buildings that went up, houses and shopping malls and so on, had to have telephone service and sewers and roads built out to these new districts that they built and so on, and that has pretty much all of the reserves that the government had earmarked for other basic improvements. So the major highways that support touristic travel especially are very good. Off those main roads, the road system apparently is fairly appalling out into the deserts. Jordan is about 80% desert. The green part includes only those areas that are closest to the Jordan River Valley. Let's see. The rest of it from the airport is about about half an hour south of here. And I've been out there, in fact, during the day. I went out to pick up some stuff from the air cargo that I had shipped. And it's desert. It's high desert, though. There is scrub growing on it. Not much. It looks a little bit like Arizona, except that the desert is very, very rocky. It's not sandy at all. Not sandy like Saudi was, or where it was like Bahrain, or the places south that I've been there, Oman. They're very rocky, and with always mountains in the distance because it's a very country here. Speaking of Petra, I realize that some of you listening to this tape will be coming with Bill Costin, and like travelers of old, the Israelites and the Ammonites and the Hittites, the Costinites, then the modern travelers need have no concern at all about the safety. The government definitely has things under control. There simply is no risk here. Also, back to Karak, the village, the principal village where the bread riots were. In my intermediate class, I have a student who comes from Karak. He, in fact, has just finished his master's at Jordan University in engineering, and has taken an English class because he wants to go on to do a PhD someplace. But it's the class is a mixed skills class of writing and speaking and reading and so on, listening to different tapes in within class time. Since the class is limited, it meets 2 hours a day, 5 days a week for 2 months. But in order to make up some of that time, I'm having the students keep a journal. And they write a couple of entries in the journal during the week, and I collect them on Saturday, which is Monday, and read them and return them to them. The student from Karak, in his first entry in his journal, began with a diatribe against Salman Rushdie and the Rushdie's book, Satanic Verses. It was right out of the Islamic Jihad propaganda, and I was kind of surprised to see it. But my comment to him in response was that I hadn't read the book, but his comments simply underscored the power of the written word. Since I didn't rise to the bait in that first entry, the student has continued for the past couple of weeks in telling me stories from Arab history and Islam, which in fact I found quite interesting. He apparently thinks he's educating me about Islam, but in fact I know a lot more than he realized. A lot of the stories I've heard already. The last one that he wrote, I found quite interesting. In fact, he told of a traveler who started off across the desert on his horse, and he hadn't gone far into the desert, but he came across a man lying in the sand. And according to the unwritten law of the desert, each traveler must help the others, anyone else, certainly anyone in distress. If you pass another group without food, you share what you have. If you have more water than they, you share what you have. Well, so this traveler on his horse stopped at the man lying in the desert to give him whatever assistance he could. The man lying in the ground turned out to be a thief and took the traveler's horse and left the traveler sitting himself in the sand. As the thief went off with the horse, the traveler called out to him, "Take my horse, but don't tell anyone." The thief's curiosity apparently was piqued, and he turned back on the horse and came to the man and said, "What do you mean, take the horse but don't tell anyone? Why shouldn't I tell anyone?" And the traveler said, "If you tell them where you got the horse, then the hospitality of the desert will be ended and we'll all die out here in this inhospitable country." End of story. It simply underscores the unwritten law of every man helps everybody else, which is, of course, vital to survival in the desert, but which underlies the sense of Eastern hospitality, again, which I have seen over and over again here in Amman in many, many small ways. Each time someone finds that I'm a visitor, that I'm an American, and I'm living here, I always get this very welcoming, welcome to Amman, in fact, is what they say. By the way, the student's journal entry ends with the horse being returned to the traveler who came on the horse and the two men setting off together. One of the things that's been very interesting to me in the newspaper is the royal family. Since in the United States, of course, we haven't had a queen since Nancy Reagan, it's always interesting to me on what's going on. King Hussein became the king of Jordan about 17 years ago. In fact, on the last month, they celebrated his ascension. August 11th is a holiday of King Hussein's ascension to the throne. And I told my students that Sunday would be a holiday. I told them that they couldn't have the day unless they told me why it was a holiday. And what was quite interesting was that they literally translated straight out of Arabic into English that this was the day that the king sat on the chair. throne being a word that they didn't know, and ascension a verb they had no idea of. But in any case, it seems that the royal family is quite much loved here in Jordan. The king, who is about 60, he came to the throne at 17, and he's been reigned here for 40 years, through some incredibly difficult times too. There were riots about 1989, again having to do with the economy, but the king has always handled them very, not only forcefully, but in as democratic. The result was as democratic. In fact, the setting up of the parliament as a result of one of them. He is a very intelligent man. Again, he is, because of his direct ascendancy from the family line of the Hashemites, from Prophet Muhammad. He is a very important, influential man within the Arab world. He, in fact, is one, if not the longest ruling monarch in the world, and so has a great deal of influence for that reason. But in addition, he apparently is a very charismatic man, and although I haven't seen him only on television yet, he does go out and meet the people. So there may well be an occasion for me to at least see him. He went to his schooling was done here in Jordan until he was about 13 or 14 years old, when he went to Alexandria in Egypt, and went through, I think, the equivalent of high school there. And from there, he went to England to I think Oxford, I'm not quite sure which of those universities, and then ultimately did a year at Sandhurst, the very famous military academy in England. Several of the others, including the Sultan of Oman, also is Sultan Qaboos, is a graduate of Sandhurst. They're both Navy pilots, fighter pilots. The present queen, King Hussein has had 4 wives. The first one, Queen Alia, who died, was a Palestinian. The other 2, I'm not quite sure. One of them was a British woman. And this present queen, whose name is Noor, Noor, in fact, is a graduate of Princeton University. Last week she celebrated her 45th birthday, and there was a nice article in the paper about her. She's a very attractive woman. I have included some photographs from the newspaper of her. Her name actually was Elizabeth, and there are many jokes about Queen Elizabeth here in Amman. When she became queen, she took the Arab name Noor, Noor, which means light, and has, I think, 3 children, young children by King Hussein. Now, her children and the children of the British woman are not in line to take the throne, because they are not pure Arab. The Crown Prince, by the way, is the brother, Crown Prince Hassan, the brother of King Hussein, as in Saudi Arabia and these other Gulf countries. The ascendancy is passed through the immediate generation of the king. In Saudi, the father of all of the current kings, Abdulaziz, had about 30 sons, I think, of his, maybe more, of his several hundred children. 30 sons who are in line to be king, and the throne has simply been passed from his eldest son by age down through the other sons. A couple of the sons were skipped because they were either agreed by the family or in themselves abdicated. Queen Noor apparently is graduated from some sort of engineering, something to do with aviation, and she worked for Jordan Airline, it's called Royal Jordanian Airline, when she met the king, who was king at the time. I don't know what his marital status was at the time, but I've heard stories of him riding around Amman. This would have been 10 years ago or more, with Elizabeth on the back of his motorbike. Eventually, he married her. Now, she, as I understand, is, I've heard various things. One, that her father was Palestinian, But in fact, there was an article in the newspaper that says that her father, whose name was Hajib Halaby, Halaby, was the head of the FAA during John Kennedy's administration, and at one time was the president of Pan American Airlines. So her connections with aviation and having gone through Princeton as an aviation engineering is all makes sense. Because her father's last name is Halaby, Halaby, means that the father's family is probably from Halep, Halap, in Syria, which in English is Aleppo. So putting pieces together, I would imagine that her ancestry is Syrian rather than Lebanese, in fact, what I'd heard. And she may well be Christian, and she may still be Christian. One of my Turkish friends here told me that she heard the Queen interviewed on the radio in English, and the reporter asked her very pointedly, "What is your religion?" And her comment was, "I believe in God." So again, the very liberal Jordanian attitude here seems that they have a Christian queen who, in fact, is a very beautiful woman and very well respected. Last year, she won an international award for her philanthropic efforts. She's on a number of international committees for different UNICEF organizations, and mainly having to do with children, improving the lot of children, and there is a great deal of activity here. There's a Queen Noor Foundation, the name of which escapes me at this point, that does a lot of sponsors a lot of cultural stuff. The Beethoven concert that I went to was funded in part by monies from the Queen Noor Foundation. Another very interesting woman here in the Middle East is Suha Arafat. She is the wife of Yasser Arafat. Arafat's now 67, and Suha is 34. She was 29 when she married him 5 years ago in 1992. And in fact, I remember that the marriage was so secret that she didn't even tell her parents for, I think, almost a full year. She is Lebanese Palestinian and spent many years in Paris and is fluent in a number of languages. Very intelligent woman. She's large and blonde, very attractive. They have a little girl there now named Zahwa, Zahwa, who was born about a year ago, I think. But there's not much, but some interesting information about her. Apparently, Arafat had never married. He says, in fact, that his first wife is the Palestinian cause, and that he never had time until he married Suha. There was an article in the paper. In fact, there have been a couple of them about Arafat and Suha. He apparently often works until midnight. Some nights doesn't even come home. So that at one point, one of his aides brought his little girl when she was about a year old, brought her into his office, and Arafat didn't even recognize her. He asked the aide, "Who is this? Is this your daughter?" And the aide said, "No, it's your daughter." Zuha was born in July 1995. One of the articles that I read was a quotation from the foreign press, a interview of Suha Arafat talking about the new prime minister's wife, Sarah Netanyahu. Apparently, she's got very expensive taste. They, of course, lived in the United States for many, many years. They're young and very good-looking, very handsome couple, and very charming, apparently, unlike the diplomats that the Israelis are used to. And the Israeli press is really taking Sarah Netanyahu over the coals. She went off to Stockholm at one point for an international conference, and apparently booked a $200 a night hotel suite at the point when her husband at home was announcing big budget cuts. they've also had the house, the government house where they're living in, is being rehabilitated. Apparently was badly in need of repairs anyway, but the couple has hired a flat for the interim, which may be many, many months, at roughly $2,000 a month, which of course has the press very upset because the government's in tight straits right now. When I came over on the airplane, there was a long article about Sarah, it's S-A-R-A-H, Sarah Netanyahu, and said that she had recently fired a nanny because Sarah was unhappy about the way the nanny was taking care of the couple's children. And it apparently caused a row in Israel over her imperious behavior and so on. But there's a comment here in this article from Suha Arafat that she would burst into tears when the press would publish stories about her, often very unkind. And she says that her husband, Yasser Arafat, has taught her to ignore the media swipes. What he told her is, when the dogs bark, it doesn't keep the caravan from passing. So her advice to the new Prime Minister, the wife of the Prime Minister of Israel, is to simply stick to your guns, and you don't need to apologize or explain to anyone. Well, I'm not having any problem getting around in English. I am picking up a little bit of Arabic. There are certain situations where I really am going to have to learn it. The first thing I had to learn was to read the numbers. In fact, our Arabic numerals, what we call Arabic numerals, are not used here very much. On public signs, they are. But in my apartment hunting, I had to be able to read addresses and telephone numbers in Arabic. I'm practicing, in fact, using the license plates, because license plate numbers are both in our Arabic numbers and written in the Arabic script. By the way, although the writing is read from right to left, the numbers are read from left to right. So that whether the date is 1996 is written in English or Arabic numbers, they're always read in the same direction. But I've had to go into office buildings, for example. I had to have an HIV test for my residence permit, which meant going to a lab to get an HIV test. And I've walked many times into buildings. There are even shops on the second or third floor. But you go into the elevator at the building, and there's a whole wall full of signs in Arabic, which I can't fathom any of it yet, except the numbers. People have been very nice about translating. But what I've heard is that there is a very distinctly Jordanian Arabic, as there is a different Egyptian Arabic, as there is a distinct Gulf Arabic. And I've been told that the Jordanian is the closest to the modern standard Arabic, as opposed to the classical Arabic. Classical Arabic is what the Quran is written in. And I met a Jordanian lawyer here who said that in the daily business, they use classical Arabic, they use modern standard Arabic, but in the courtroom, they use classical, which is considerably more difficult, apparently. I found any number of words, Arabic words, that I know from Turkish. The pronunciation is slightly different. And there are a number of old Ottoman terms that I knew from Turkey and especially in Cyprus that are still used here. In Cyprus, they still used, as the standard measure was the oka, O-K-K-A, which is slightly more than a kilo. Mind you, in the market, the men that sold the vegetables knew how much a kilo was, but everybody dealt in okas. Well, I seldom heard that in Turkey. In fact, most Turks would not really know what the word meant, but I was surprised to find it here, that they still use it. The other one is dunam, which is a measure of land, and I'll be damned if I can figure out how much it is. I think what I heard is that they still use dunam in Cyprus, they use it in Egypt, and they use it here. But in each place, it's an Ottoman term, but in each place it represents a different amount of land. I think someone told me here it's a third of an acre, but I can't remember. But I am toying whether to struggle with modern standard Arabic, which they understand here, and which is what I started learning, or to stick with the Jordanian dialect because I'm getting some blank looks on my modern standard Arabic. Although the Jordanian society is very clearly a traditional Arab culture, you certainly wouldn't know it from the dress. In Bahrain, in Saudi, in Oman, in the other Gulf countries that I visited, all of the men, all of them, wear the traditional, it's called dishdash, that long white dress called dishdash in the Gulf, called jelabi here, called gelabi in Egypt. Here in Amman, you see very few of them. Certainly the men who are wearing them are clearly visitors who are here from the summer. As soon as school starts at the end of September, these people apparently are gone. Along with them, the white thobe is another word for the same dress. The Jordanian men without exception, wear Western clothes. What's quite surprising to me is to see a man, including the king, in a Western business suit with the red and white Arab headdress and the black igal, the rope around his headdress. Some of them wear a suit with a white headdress. Depends, that's really is a matter of taste, apparently, and fashion. It makes a lot of sense in this heat, particularly for older men who haven't got much hair, including the king, who's quite bald. But I don't have anyone in class who wears either the dress, the men's thobe, or the headgear. In fact, none of the 200 plus students that come to the English Center wear it. And at the two concerts that I went to, both Beethoven and Chico and the Gypsy Kings, a rock concert, of a crowd of maybe 200 at the classical and a lot more than that, more than twice at the rock concert, there were maybe 2 or 3 men in longer dishdash, and in fact, both of them were, maybe it was the same man, were wearing not the white, sparkly white summer one, but the darker gray one that I saw when I went to Saudi Arabia in the winter. I guess the temperatures here at 70 degrees in the evening, that represents the winter climate that they experience in Saudi and Kuwait. Women wear, in the conservative neighborhood that I live in, I noticed that none of the women have sleeveless clothes on. Well, we always laugh about showing your shoulders. They wear conservative Western dress, but short skirts to the knee. Many of the Jordanian women of all ages are completely uncovered, no headdress at all. Then there's the next group that wear Western clothes, but with their hair covered with a very large scarf that covers their shoulders, either in black or white, mostly white. In the Gulf, only the Egyptian women wear white, a white headscarf. But here it seems to be just about anybody. And then in addition, they will have on usually a shirt with long sleeves and a dress that's a little longer than below the knee. Then the next step up, but mind you, they're still wearing makeup and jewelry. The next step up or down, depending, are the the women who are covered much more completely. They're rather than just a scarf, their hair is completely covered, and they have longish dresses on all the way to the ankle. Apparently, there's a saying in Arab culture that you can tell by a woman's ankles how good she is in bed. So they're very careful to cover their ankles. Then the next step up from that are the women who are covered, who have on the black abaya and a black headscarf, with their face uncovered, and about half of that group also has their face either completely covered or with the face scarf tied so that just their eyes show. And boy, when I say they're just their eyes, I mean absolutely nothing else. You can't even see their eyebrows. Their nose is covered right up to the bridge of the nose, across the bridge of the nose, so that only their eyes are peeking out in a little slit between the headscarf and the face scarf. Now, my guess is that most of these are Saudi women, because they are, again, middle class people who come here on their holiday. And we'll see. I'll have to report back to you by about October, November, when all the tourists are gone, and see if any of the complete black ones, are still here. Jordanian women do drive. Even the ones in the headscarves and the long sleeve shirts drive. I have noticed that many of them wear gloves when they're driving, which I saw in the Gulf, because they want to keep the sun off their hands. Being dark-skinned is I should say being fair-skinned is a mark of beauty here. So they cover themselves quite thoroughly, partly, I think, traditionally, for religious purposes, and partly against the sun. The traffic here, the drivers are just appalling. You really have to close your eyes and hold on to your seat to take a taxi drive. They whirl around in and out of the traffic around these roundabouts. I have no idea how these roundabouts can work. In theory, they do. In practice, they do. But I've seen an awful lot of fender benders. There aren't very many cars here who aren't scraped or mashed. Something else I've noticed just in my driving around, actually in the walking around that I've done, is that there are many, many amphora, ceramic pottery amphora, in front of shops, full with water, mind you, in front of shops, in front of businesses, in front of homes, in fact. They may have a couple of them right on the street. To each of them, from the handle near the neck, on a string, is a metal cup. And anyone is welcome to come and help themselves to a cup of water. They use this communal cup. I haven't drank from any of them, but I very, very often will see someone who's just passing on the street stop and dip half a cup of water from the amphora and take a quick drink from this communal cup, and then just walk on. The water apparently is put in there fresh every day. I drink only bottled water here, but I'm sure that's not bottled, it's just tap water. But again, it has to do with this story that I read earlier from my student, with a sense of surviving in this hostile climate really does require assistance from everyone. The supermarkets here are filled with everything. My measure on the level of civilization of a capital in all these places that I've lived is two things: peanut butter and soy sauce. And while they were totally unavailable in Cyprus when I first went there, they were unavailable in Turkey in 1987 when I first went there. They were available in Istanbul when I went back, 8 years later. They were available plus much, much more in Bahrain, and they're available here in Amman too, including a fairly wide range of imported products from other countries. Certainly not the vast array that was available in the supermarkets to the wealthy Bahrainis. But it's all here. There's a large Chinese food section. I can buy soy sauce and Chinese noodles and that sort of thing. And there's a huge Safeway here. I mean huge. The Safeway is open 7 days a week, from 9 in the morning till about 11 o'clock at night. And while I've only been there in the day, or with my Jordanian friends, we went one evening to do their shopping. But one of the Americans told me that she's been there later in the evening when there were a lot of Jordanian teenagers all dressed up for an evening out, just wandering through the store, walking up and down the aisles in the grocery store on the main floor, or wandering around the upstairs part, which is the dry goods, and they have some small appliances and a little hardware section up there. Apparently it has become quite a social thing, an event. I have no idea what the kids do here for entertainment, because there really is nothing to do. The schools are same-sex schools. After elementary school, the children are segregated into boys' schools and girls' schools. And from then on, there really is virtually no mixing, no socializing, except when they go out en masse to cruise Safeway, and I don't know what else they do. There's at the Duar Faras, near where I live, place is really jumping until late at night. I've been walking out there, and there are a lot of people just out strolling, families, people with very little kids, young kids, and teens, groups of teens wandering around. But the family seemed to go out for an ice cream. The ice cream here is delicious. They make real ice cream. They go out for an ice cream and just a walk. The shops are open late. They will go into the cassette shop and listen to a record and buy a cassette or two. The clothing stores tend to close fairly early, but there are a lot of restaurants in about a 4-block area within walking distance of my house. The society is very much family-oriented. There is not much to do here in terms of singles. Some bars where foreigners go. I haven't been able to get into that set yet, not that I'm necessarily interested. But what the local teens do for entertainment, I'm not quite sure. It obviously isn't done in public, whatever it is. Perhaps they gather at each other's homes. Okay, I'll continue. It's Sunday night, September 1st. I've made a lot of mistakes. I just listened to the first part of this tape. I was going very quickly, and I really didn't feel very well last weekend. It's Sunday night, so I have already taught 2 days this week. And I thought I would finish off here with a little bit more about my job and some things around Amman. The school that I'm working in is called the American Language Center, and it falls under the umbrella of USIS, the United States Information Service, out of the U.S. Embassy. In many capital cities, the embassy will have a language school, and that's what I'm working in. Although I'm not a government employee, I'm not working for the U.S. government. I'm a contractor with the school itself. But I do get certain perks. I found out that my P.O. Box 676 to Amman actually goes to the embassy. So my mail goes through the embassy and then is brought over to the school, which is in a different location. There are the building that we have is the old USIS office, the one they used before the new embassy was built. And it's really a dump. It looks like an old government office. They've tried to spruce it up with some new carpets and so on, but it's pretty much a mess. The offices have been turned into classrooms and so on. There are 2 floors. The main floor has a couple of classrooms and the administrative office, secretary's office, and a fairly large auditorium, actually, which we use as a classroom. There's a very small library there that students can use and a small listening lab. And then upstairs, there are several more, well, more than that, maybe 8 or 10 more classrooms. It was offices that have been turned into classrooms. And on the very back of the upstairs is a kitchen. When I first came, the director gave me a tour of the kitchen, of the building, and when we got to the kitchen, she said, "Oh, this is our safe room." You can see throughout the building where there are security doors that have the locks on them that have been disabled. So they're doors with not even any door handles anymore that close. Upstairs in the kitchen, the security door, which is a fairly heavy metal door, actually does still work, and there's a lock on it. It locks both from the outside, the door that goes into the rest of the building, and the kitchen opens onto a balcony that go on the second floor of the back of the building, and that balcony door also has a secure lock. There's a key for these locks someplace, I don't even know where it is, but inside that kitchen there is a telephone that is a direct connection to the embassy. So if there's any sort of terrorism or whatever, any threat to us, I suppose we're all supposed to crowd into this little tiny safe room kitchen and call the embassy to come and get us. There are also, we have a 24-hour security guard with a surveillance camera in front of that shows just directly in front of the building. The entire building is surrounded by a very high fence, chain link fence, with barbed wire on top of it. And then around the front of the building, this chain link fence is also supported by a wall, a solid wooden wall that goes, except for one little narrow door. I guess it's a double door right at the main entrance. But there's no other way to get in the building except through that front door. The security guard is on, as I said, is on duty 24 hours a day. He's paid by the embassy, apparently. And his desk is pushed up against the entrance so that you come in through this wooden wall from the street and up a couple of stairs to the front door of the building, and then inside the building up a couple of stairs, just a little narrow entrance stairway, to the security guard's desk. And his desk is pushed so close to that front entrance door that only one person at a time can go by there. And there is, like at the airport, there's one of those security machines that you walk through, and then not the teachers or the staff, but the students, each one of them is stopped, and the guard passes one of those hand monitors over their clothing and checks inside the handbags of all the women. So the security at the place actually looks like it's fairly good. It's not. A couple of days ago, we came to work and were told that the guard now would be checking all packages leaving the school, all large packages. Well, that was rather feeble effort. We discovered that the guard's hand monitor had been stolen somehow. It's also pretty apparent that the phones are tapped. On the main secretary's phone downstairs, there's a sign on her telephone that says, "This telephone is not secure, no private conversations." And occasionally we can hear the click-click on the telephones upstairs. Each one of the offices, and there are 5 of them, has a telephone, an extension of the main line. On the front of the building, outside on the street, the sidewalks in Amman are actually fairly wide, and the pavement is about, I should say, about 85% there. Not nearly as bad as Istanbul was, certainly, where you couldn't go a couple of steps without falling in a hole. But directly in front of our building, which is particularly wide, it must be about 60 feet across, beginning with the wall of the building and crossing the width of the sidewalk, and then all the way down the whole length of the front of the building at the curb are a series of cement barriers, which are about waist high. There's been a sort of a feeble attempt to make them look like planters. There's nothing but garbage in them now. But each one of these barriers, these big concrete barriers, they're big rectangular barriers, must be about 3 feet long and about a foot across. And then there's only maybe 2 feet to pass between each one. Outside these barriers, right against these barriers on the outside, there are metal posts placed fairly close together, so that it would be impossible, absolutely impossible, to drive anything up to the entrance of the building. And obviously they were meant to slow down the traffic, to deter people. Now, whereas all the police stations and the embassies and a lot of the private businesses, and so, not businesses, but homes, I'm sure, where the ambassadors and so on live, these places all have a guard that sits outside in this little wooden kiosk. Our building doesn't have the outside guard, but they certainly make up for it inside. The American Language Center runs on a schedule of roughly 3 shifts a day. There are classes from 2:30 to 4:30, 4:30 to 6:30, and then 7 till 9. And we have over 200 students coming. The place is really jumping beginning in the afternoon. The students are primarily Jordanian. As I mentioned earlier, I have higher level classes, and there are very few non-Jordanians in these higher level classes. But some of the teachers with lower level classes, just the language classes, say they have Syrians and Lebanese, and there's a few Asians there, a couple Koreans I've seen, and a smattering of other. There's a black man who's obviously African. But of these 200 students, they're primarily Jordanians. Now, these are people who come to the center, and a large portion of those are actually sponsored, paid for, by their employers, which includes, there's a big UN agency for Asian development here, headquartered here, and the banks and some of the ministries sponsor students to come to our program. But some of the others have programs at their own places. So one of the teachers is going off to the Arab Bank to do a business class. And I may well be doing a technical writing class at the Ministry of Irrigation and Water. I have to apparently teach them how to write research papers on plumbing. There are somewhere between 12 and 14 teachers, I'm not quite sure. All of them are American, native speakers, except one girl who is Jordanian, but she grew up on the Aramco compound in Saudi Arabia. So although she's not American, she's certainly fluent. She's a native speaker of English. 4 or 5 of the women are married to Jordanians and are here permanently with Jordanian passports. There were only 3 of us that were actually brought from the United States, myself included. One of those women has been here for 3 years and quite likes it. The rest of the teachers are all what's called local hires who walked in off the street. They're all American expats, kind of bumming around the world. Been here for quite a while. Some of them 3, 4, 5 years. The American Center doesn't actually pay the best. I don't think those teachers realize that yet. There's one of the teachers she's actually Swiss. She's got a Swiss passport. She grew up in Canada. Her father's a diplomat, so she's also a native speaker. They are a very interesting lot. My office mate, there are 3 of us that share an office, is a Palestinian woman who grew up in the United States and who apparently one of her cousins was one of the main functionaries of the PLO. And she said one of the reasons she left the United States 3 years ago with her kids to come to Jordan is because she was being tailed by, she thinks, the U.S. government because of her connection with her cousin, the Palestinian terrorist. My other office mate is an American married to a Jordanian. They have 4 kids. They've been here for about 3 or 4 years. Although they've been married for about 15 years. She met him at university. She's from Missouri. And he took a master's in city planning. And he came back initially to work for the UN in the West Bank. And now is working for the Jordanian government in the city planning department. Both these teachers are really nice. I'm quite enjoying the other teachers there, but what a mixture. There aren't any men teaching there. This current director, who is actually, her father was Syrian. She's got a heavy New York accent. And she is also married to a Jordanian, got 4 kids. She's been here for many, many years, speaks pretty good Arabic. But she's got a problem with men. So apparently all the men teachers either got sacked when she took over 2 years ago, or they simply can't get on with her, so they don't stay. It's quite an interesting group. We've started going out and doing things together because they all moan also that even those that are married, there's not really much to do here. Something interesting in class today. One of my Jordanian students said that his cousin had just come from Jerusalem. And I asked him how often he sees her, and he said that he had actually been to Jerusalem about a year ago, but hadn't been able to go to Jerusalem prior to a year ago. Jordanians apparently couldn't go into Israel until this recent peace talk started, so he hadn't seen this cousin or her family for 15 years. There were, by the way, I forgot to mention when I was talking about tourism, 100,000 Israeli tourists in Jordan last year. So the lifting of those travel restrictions, I should say travel prohibition, has really had an impact on the economy here. 100,000 tourists means a lot of shekels coming into the coffers of the Jordanian economy, which is money they badly need. So Jordanians are working now on getting a free trade between Jordan and occupied Palestine, or whatever they call it, so that Jordanians can tap that market of all the Palestinians that actually live in Gaza and on the West Bank, on East Bank. Well, I'm running out of tape, so I'll say goodbye for now. This is September 1st, 1996, coming to you from Amman, Jordan. Good night.
It's November 25th. This is the second in the Jordan Journal. Carol Marsh coming to you from my living room in called the Salon here in Jebel Hussein in Amman, Jordan. Today was the graduation ceremony for the students at the American Language Center where I'm teaching. At the end of each 2-month session, they have a minimal graduation ceremony where each student who finishes a course is given a very nice diploma. Diplomas are very important here. And they have a little cookie and Coke ceremony afterwards, and in an hour we're all in and out of there. They do this ceremony at the auditorium, the graduation ceremony at the auditorium of the American Embassy here. Just getting in to see this embassy, I think, is the main draw. I had one of the courses that I just finished was actually a particularly interesting one. I was sent to the Ministry of Irrigation and Water to do an advanced technical writing course for employees there. There are actually 3 different bodies, groups that were involved in this course. Most of them came from something called the Jordan Valley Authority. The Jordan Valley is the main, it was part of the Fertile Crescent back in biblical times. And for Jordan, it's the main breadbasket of the country. Amman sits at 3,000 feet, and the Jordan Valley is down at sea level, so there's quite a difference in temperature even. It's quite lush. I haven't been there yet, but from what all these engineers in this class were telling me, it must be very beautiful. I can tell you anything you want to know now about recharging aquifers and the Azrak Basin and water meters and leaky pipes and so on. There were 12 participants. Most of them were engineers. Many of those already had PhDs, but one graduated from Baghdad, another one from Czechoslovakia. 2 of them had their just a BS from the national universities here in Amman. But it was quite interesting for me. We really worked hard in that course. In the end, each one of them wrote a technical report, which is the equivalent of a research paper, and I let them choose the topic, context, out of their own daily work. So, boy, I really learned a lot about that, about water. Having lived around the Middle East for so long, I'm quite aware of the value of water and the fact that it's not an expendable commodity. One of the engineers told me that in Jordan, the daily per capita usage of water is about 60 to 80 liters per person per day, whereas in the United States, it's 250 to 300 liters per capita per day. So they're already very aware of conserving water, but Jordan is very soon, within the next something like 10 years at the latest, going to run out of natural water. So the government and USAID, the U.S. government is pumping money in here. There are 2 or 3 very large German engineering companies who are also working here with the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. I went to the ministry building 3 days a week, and the place is really a beehive of activity and all kinds of languages going on. It's quite a large building, but old and falling down. It's your basic government building. The class began at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, Monday, and Wednesday, which are the 3 Saturdays like our Monday. And in the morning, there were guards outside the building. There was police every place, armed police. But they're just, I think, to keep a lot of the military busy. But inside there was someone who checked all of our papers and so on, and after the first day they just waved me through. I was the only foreign woman in there, but mind you, there were lots of Jordanian women working there. But often in the morning, I would see groups of men, groups of 2 or 3 men, who had obviously just come out of the desert. They were dressed, they were Bedou, obviously, because of their clothing. They all wore the long, that dishdash, the long dress that the men wear. and then had either usually a red and white scarf and the egal, that black thing that goes around the top of it. And then as the weather's cooled off, this is November, and mind you, it's still about 70 degrees in the day during the day, and much cooler at night. It gets down to about 40 at night. But as soon as the temperature drops below about 80 degrees, the men all wear Western jackets, a regular suit jacket, over these long gowns. I'm still making my way around Amman in taxis, and I've made quite a study of these taxis. I think if I ever get around to writing a book about this whole thing, my chapter on Amman is going to be based on the taxis. I've ridden in just about every make and model of car you can imagine. They're all yellow, just like the yellow cabs in the States, but varying degrees of yellow depending on the age of the car. I've ridden in brand new Mercedes, and any number of those around, to some of the oldest rattle traps you've ever seen, including a car with there was no door handle left on the back. In these taxis, the men always ride in the passenger side in the front. In Amman, they drive on the same side of the road as we do, so that the driver's seat is on the front left and the passenger's on the front right. But the women, even if there's just one of you, always ride in the back seat on the right-hand side. So as I reached to get the door open in this one taxi, there was not even a door handle left on it. Most of them, the window knob on the women's side, the back on the rear right seat is gone. Partly, I think, because so that the driver can control it. But just as often, they're just simply worn out, and the seat is usually broken down, depending on the condition of the car. But some of them actually sound like they're on their last gasp. The mufflers are making terrible sounds, and inside there's just a bare light bulb hanging from the torn headliner and so on. Some of them have radios. Most of them have cassettes and cassette players. And these cassette players, the cassette is usually just blaring with Arabic music. The speakers for the cassette player, if they're wealthy enough to have separate speakers, are usually on the rear window, the shelf in the back, with the music blasting in my ears. But they're very nice about turning it down if you ask them to. Each taxi driver has to display his license to drive a taxi. The license is yellow, and they're about a little bit bigger than a 5x7 card, not quite as big as 8x10. But they have on the top left-hand corner there's a photograph of the driver, and then across the whole top of it in English it says HKJ, which means Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Now on all of the right-hand side of the license is written in Arabic, and then there's a translation in English on the left-hand side, and it has the driver's name printed on the form, and then somebody writes that in English, and then a mirror image of it on the Arabic side. Then the driver's license for the driver and the car license number and the driver's address. Usually I can't read any more than Amman. There may be more of an address than that on the Arabic side. And these are displayed in a variety of ways. Apparently there's no standard for it. I've seen sometimes the drivers have them literally glued to the windshield on the top right-hand side. Sometimes they've got some sort of a little carrier thing that's clipped onto that thing that pulls down and keeps the sun visor. And I've seen some even that have made little metal stands for it, kind of a little throne that it sits on the windshield in the front. No, that's not called the windshield. It's called the dashboard. I am losing my English. There are so many words that I haven't used for so long that I'm forgetting them. That's some funny story about this missing window handle. When the weather was still hot about a month or so ago, I had gone off to work with my hair was still wet, and my hair's about shoulder length now, so I just let it hang so it would dry out on the way to work. And I had bought a newspaper. There's a little shop, stationery store between me and the main street here, about a block from where I live. And I often will stop in there, in fact, almost daily. And they, in fact, save a paper for me. There's the Jordan Times, an English paper. So I stop and pick up a paper and then walk down to the end of the street to the corner, and I can get a taxi there. But I was in the back seat. All the windows in the car were rolled down. I was in the back seat, and my hair was flying around, and the newspaper was flying around in the wind. And this taxi driver didn't speak any English, but he heard the paper flapping around, and I guess from behind the paper he could see my hair flying around. And I reached for the window roller upper thing, window handle, and there was nothing there. So I laid my paper down. I was trying to get my hair under control, and the driver looked at me in the rear view mirror, just looked at me, and then without so much as batting an eyelash, he picked up the knob for the window handle, which he had in a box in the front by him, and he simply, with one eye still on the road, simply handed it back to me over his shoulder. And I rolled the window up and got the newspaper unscrambled and my hair out of my face. Another driver had all of the bills here are, there's a 1 dinar bill, a 5 dinar and a 1 dinar. A 1 dinar is about $1.50, and then there's a 500 dinar, which is half a dinar. And this driver had all of these 500 JD notes rolled up, real tight little rolls, like a tight little cigarette, and he had a whole row of them tucked up underneath the sunscreen, the sun visor, which was pulled up. When I got to work, the smallest note I had on me was a 5 JD note. So I apologized and gave him the 5 JD note, and he proceeds to pull out 9 of these little 500 JD rolls and hand them to me. Well, we had a laugh over that. But I have, if the driver has music that I like, I ask him to write it down. And in fact, I'm going to put later a cassette on. Maybe I can get some little bit of time on this tape of Feiruz, one of my favorite Arab singers. In the front, the driver often, because they spend all day in these cars, the drivers will often have next to them, between the 2 bucket seats, they'll have some kind of an armrest built. I've seen them with just solid pieces of foam that's covered with some kind of fabric. More often than not, the armrest is actually a box that opens, the whole lid opens, and they keep the change in it and their cigarettes and whatever else they have in there. This driver's window handle was in the box next to his arm. The drivers fix these cars up, even the old ones, quite amazingly. Outside, they're all required to be yellow, and on the driver's door, it has in Arabic the name of his name in Arabic, the taxi company's name, and their phone number. And then often it's also in English below that, the phone number and the name of the company. But inside, they can do pretty much what they want. And I've seen all kinds of combinations. Often they have that furry pile carpeting on the dashboard in various colors. Sometimes they'll have old carpets, very big ones like kilim, across the back seat to try and protect the upholstery a little bit. I've only been in one taxi where the guy actually used the air conditioning, because of course air conditioning uses up petrol, and it's not cheap here. I've seen all kinds of different things dangling from the rearview mirror. That's not illegal here. And often I chat with the drivers. They all seem to have pictures of their children, so as soon as the conversation starts, they open the glove box and get all the pictures of their family out, and I have to look at those. The conversations with the drivers have been quite amazing. Many of them speak pretty good English. In fact, some that look to me like they're really right off the desert, right out of a tent, have surprised me when I get in the taxi and I tell them in Arabic where I want to go. And they'll, more often than not, they'll answer me in English. In fact, one night coming home from work, when I left quite late, it must have been 10 o'clock before I got out of there, and I was really tired. I only have to walk across the street from where I work, which is across, 6 lanes, actually. It's quite a wide street, but late at night there's not much traffic. So I walk out across the streets, I guess, and jumped in a taxi. And by the way, you don't call a taxi here by waving your fingers around. Waving any fingers, including putting your thumb out like you're hitchhiking, it's vaguely rude, a rude symbol. So you, with your palm down, you extend your arm out and then, pull indicate with your hand by making an up and down motion that you're looking for a taxi. Anyway, a taxi stopped, and I got in and told him in Arabic where I wanted to go. And he asked, what did you say? In Arabic, and I turned around and looked at me. And I told him again. And at this point, he'd already driven off because I told him Jebel Hussein, so he knew what direction, what hill I wanted to go to. And I was asking him, there's a large school down at the bottom of my hill where the turnoff is up my street. And I was asking him if he knew if he knew where this school was. And he said yes, and then just drove on, not looking at me at all. And, I was kind of fumbling around with my Arabic, and he said, your beautiful English said, your Arabic is really awful. I told him it was better in the morning when I wasn't so tired. But I've had a lot of very interesting conversations with these guys. One driver driving a brand new Mercedes had been in Kuwait. A couple of them had, in fact, that I've met, had been in Kuwait before the Gulf War. And after the Gulf War, of course, all the Palestinians were thrown out, including this guy. And this particular one said that he'd had, in fact, a very prosperous engineering company there. And now he has nothing. He said, now I'm driving a taxi. I met another one, several others who had worked in Kuwait before. One man who actually was an English teacher, who'd worked in Dubai for 7 or 8 years, I think, quite a while, and then had come back on his own, not because of the Gulf War, but had come back to Amman to be with his family because his kids were growing up, and decided that all the money that he was making in Dubai just wasn't worth being separated from his family for so long. And on and on. Invariably, if I'm going to work to the American Language Center, or if, like today, when I'm going to the American Embassy, they all want to know if I can give them any help getting a visa. I've had any number of marriage proposals from these taxi drivers, all of them in jest, I'm sure, but looking at me in the rearview mirror with my sunglasses on and my long hair, they quite mercifully take 10, 15, maybe 20 years off my age. But I've had some really nice conversations with them, and some very, very interesting people. One Jordanian fellow told me that he's got something like 5 or 6 kids, and an old rattly car, a real heap. But he told me he drives 16 hours a day to try and make enough money. His wife doesn't work. He's got lots of kids. And he, like most Jordanians, are really struggling. The average income here is about, with both parents working, is about 800 to 900 dinar a month, which is about roughly $1,200 a month. And that's just about what living expenses are. Mind you, that's when both parents are working. If they are working for the government, the salaries are considerably lower. And I heard on the radio one of the Jordanian experts on the labor poverty so experts interviewed, and she said that poverty here is not because of unemployment. In fact, everybody's got some kind of a job, but it's because salaries are so low. One of these engineers at the Ministry of Irrigation and Water told me that they finally have an organization of engineers. I forget, Jordanian Society of Engineers or something like that. There are roughly 300,000 of them, and about 25% of them don't have real jobs. They're driving taxis or doing labor or, working as moving companies or who knows what. But they would kill for a government job, although government jobs pay considerably less than jobs in private industry. One of the reasons that money doesn't go so far here is that the average family size is five children. The apartments, for the most part, are quite large to accommodate these huge families. There are more and more two families with only 2 children now. But any number of my students at the American Center, and these are all adults taking night classes, and they are from families of 8, 9, 10 children. That was the norm a generation ago. Therefore, the money just doesn't go very far. These large families are very much an Arab tradition. It has to do, of course, with infant mortality, which is only now really being controlled, and that's only in the main cities here. Although there are hospitals all over Jordan, there are, I think, more than that, 7 major hospitals here in Amman. But a lot of these people are really only a generation out of either a tiny village or actually living in the desert. And in fact, they are very, very conservative. Ramadan is coming up. The month of fasting is coming up in January, and I think it's going to be quite an ordeal here. The other places I've lived have been fairly liberal for the foreigners, but there are proportionally very few foreigners here in Amman. They're mostly Arabs. Foreigners, I mean Westerners. And there are so many more people covered here than there were 10 years ago, the women covered, that we'll see. I think it's going to be a little difficult. Even at school, they have one of the prayer times is in the evening, roughly 6 o'clock-ish. And our classes run most of the classes are from 4:30 to 6:30, and then the next batch comes in from 7 till 9. So usually during the 4:30 to 6:30 class, we take a break around 5:36. Many of the men will pray right at the school. In fact, it's little takes me aback a bit to walk past the classroom during the break and see a row of 3 or 4 men's bottoms sticking in the air while they're praying in the classrooms. The teachers and the rest, the non-prayers, discreetly leave the classrooms and generally close the door. But even our guard, one of the guards at work, I have seen him after 9 o'clock when all the people are gone. Often the teachers have to hang around and get a bit of work done. But I've seen him put his prayer rug out by his desk right at the front of the front door, and go through his prayers. I gave my final exam on Saturday, and one of the men, who in fact is a doctor, but he's a very small, dark man. I imagine he's probably Bedou. And during the exam, he said, "May I stop and pray?" And we were having the exam in the auditorium, which is a fairly large building, fairly large room, because there was more room to spread my class out for this final exam. And rather than go into one private area, he simply went over to the back of the auditorium. And it takes about 5 minutes to go through the whole routine. And he just did his prayers. I've seen the laborers on the street. They're installing something here. I don't know what they're digging up now, but they're tearing up the streets, and they've been working on one long street that I take going home from work. And I have seen coming to work in the afternoon, about say 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I've seen men with their prayer rug just laying out on the sidewalk. The men who are the construction workers, and just right out on the sidewalk, they'll do their prayers. Many of the men, in fact, have a faint bruise mark, very distinct though, but it's obviously a bruise in the middle of their forehead. And this is from when they put their head to the floor several times during the prayer ritual. I saw this also in Bahrain. I don't know if it's actually a sign that they promote, this bruise is an indication that they do pray, or if it's just part of the routine. But they are very conservative here in terms of religion. At the American Center, we take all of the religious holidays, and in fact, about the middle of August, I guess, was Prophet Muhammad's birthday, and so I had the day off, and I happened to be home during the day, and in the afternoon, turned the television on. No, it was not in the afternoon. It was late in the day, and notice I get 2 channels on my little television that my landlord has provided for me. One is Jordan Television Channel 1, which is all in Arabic, and the other one is Channel 2, which is, they start about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and of course I'm never here to watch that, but I've turned it on in the evening, and from about 5 till 7 or 8, it's all in French. And then about 8, 9 o'clock, it starts in English. And from 10 till 10:30 is the news in English. The French broadcast time also includes the news in French. But as I was watching television that day, just to see what was on during the day, it happened to be during prayer time, and on the Arabic channel, they were televising prayers from the big King Abdullah Mosque, this beautiful mosque that's just down the hill from my house. And lo and behold, who's in the front row but the King Hussein, and his brother, Crown Prince Hassan. So they actually do participate publicly in the prayers, which I think this may be one of the reasons for the loyalty of the general loyalty of the people to King Hussein, to the Hashemite throne. That they are both, the family is actually very religious. And as I mentioned before, King Hussein, the Hashemite family, can trace their lineage directly back to Prophet Muhammad. So they are a particularly revered family. This last Thursday was King Hussein's 61st birthday, and there were all kinds of things going on. A couple of days before that, let's see, his birthday was on Thursday, which is our equivalent of your Saturday. It's Thursday and Friday are the weekends here. And all of the public buildings, of which there are many, ministries and schools and so on, were all decorated with lights, like Christmas lights. Some of them had the lights framing the whole building. Some had the lights looped around the windows and all kinds of different decorations. Some had all one color, all red or all white. Some had lots of different colors. There's some kind of building. I haven't figured out what it is yet because it's all in Arabic. The sign's in the front, but it's got the royal crest on the top of it, so I know it's a government building. But they even had lights strung across the street. There's a very narrow, about a 2-lane street in front of this building with large trees. There are lots of trees here in Amman. Big, not just big deciduous trees. And pine trees and palm trees. It's very, very green. Anyway, this government building had lights strung across in front of the building, maybe 10, 12, 15 rows of lights. It was all quite nicely lit up. King Hussein was 61, and his brother, who is the crown prince, is just 50. And the two of them are both very well educated. The crown prince Hassan has got a BA and a master's from Oxford, and I think speaks fluent French, because every time there's something to do in France, it seems that he goes off. But the two of them are quite well educated and very active in promoting Arabs and Arab affairs, Arab unity, and so on. I've already told you about King Hussein's wife, Queen Noor, the former Lisa Halabi. Hassan, Crown Prince Hassan, is married to a Pakistani woman. They have 4 kids. She has a PhD in art history from some university in Britain. Very well educated lot. I'm sitting here on my sofa amidst a sea of newspaper clippings that I've taken out of the local newspaper with some very interesting statistics. I'm getting a very clear profile of what the dynamics are of this country. One of the things that I keep coming across are statistics on the workforce. And I have discovered that Jordan has a population of, well, roughly 4 million. And in an article that I clipped some time ago, it indicates that the total workforce in Jordan is actually only 25% of the population, or just over 1 million people. This is interesting because it means the reason for this is that women, for the most part, don't work. There are certainly many women outside working, but it's a minority of the women who are married that are actually working. Of this 1 million people, according to the government, there's only about 19% that have claimed unemployment status, which includes all of these engineers, which I mentioned earlier. But it means that they have applied for unemployment that they haven't got the job of their dreams. They're all working someplace, sometimes doing menial jobs. Of this million people in the workforce, roughly 50% of those work for the government. They depend on the government for their livelihood. And I've got some statistics here that of that, apparently there are about 150,000 civilian employees, which means that there's another, what's the rest of it, 150,000, more than that of the military, 150,000 at least military employees. And of the civilians, they've got 65,000 teachers, which is quite interesting. There's quite a large population of children here. Someplace I had the number of children that have actually entered school recently. I'll find that one in a minute. Of these million people that are employed by the government, that includes not only civil servants, but certainly also military. But surprisingly, only 10% of the government budget goes to people who are drawing their retirement salaries. And that is about 150,000 of those. It's quite a young population. Okay, I found the article with these numbers because they're quite surprising. Of the 65,000 people employed by the Ministry of Education, 48,500 of those are teachers working at 4,225 public schools to a total of 1.4 million students. Quite a large chunk of the population. This last September, there were 120,000 children who began primary school for the first time. Of my 35 students, my total of 3 classes, I had 35 students. And among those 35 students, there were 6 babies born. They're still breeding like rabbits. This last summer, about August, Saudi Arabia hired 2,500 teachers to go to Saudi to work in the public schools there. There were another 500 teachers that went to other schools in Gulf countries, so the ministry in Amman has had to hire an additional 3,000 teachers to take the place of those that have gone off to the Gulf countries. The real concern here is that the unemployment is among people at the high end of the education level. These are people who have graduated from universities. There are, how many? There are many public universities in Jordan, many of those which teach in English. And then there are many private universities, all of varying degrees of, quality. But again, among my classes, I had 3 that I know of, people who were graduated from university, young people, and they simply couldn't find a job. What happens is that these people then go off to the Gulf countries. In fact, I've got another article here that says that there are between 500,000 and 600,000 Jordanians working in the Arab Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia, and also Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and the Emirates. There are many jobs here in Jordan that the Jordanians simply won't do. They need, in fact, 150,000 foreign or guest workers, particularly in construction, to take jobs that the Jordanians simply won't do. Mind you, no, this is wrong. There are 350,000 guest workers here now, and they're going to have to import another 150,000 to take the places for jobs that Jordanians won't do. They are primarily Egyptian. Then in addition, there are 26,000 foreign maids here in Jordan because Jordanian women certainly won't work as a maid. I don't know if I have any numbers here again anymore, but one of my American colleagues has just been through the ordeal, and I do mean ordeal, of hiring a maid. She has a Filipino working Filipino woman working for her now, who is going back to the Philippines. And so my friend, Vicky, has been trying to find a Sri Lankan maid because they tend to be less expensive. So you go to a maid agency and you order a maid. And they bring one. The agency brings one directly over from Sri Lanka, and depending on how good their English is or how much experience they have, these Sri Lankan maids make anywhere from $50, $80, $100 a month. Well, my friend has gone through any number of them, and the problems she's had are just horrendous. She had one woman who had come here from Lebanon, worked in Lebanon for about 4 or 5 years, and actually did speak some English. But she left the Lebanese family because the husband was molesting her. And the wife, they wouldn't do anything about it, so the woman finally left, came here to Amman, and worked for my friend for a couple of days, and then it was clear that she just wasn't going to work. She didn't speak any English to begin with. And my friend Vicky, her husband is Jordanian, but the children speak English. And Vicky herself doesn't speak much Arabic, so she couldn't communicate with her. So she took her back to the maid service, and a couple of days later, the maid service man called Vicky and said, "Look, I have another one for you." She actually was working for one of the neighbors of the maid service man, and he said, "I feel so sorry for this woman. I've promised to find her another job." So Vicky said, "Okay, bring her over." So Vicky's got 2 kids, little girl about 7, and the little boy's about 2.5. But Vicky she's American. She's got a master's, and she's been in Jordan for I think about 9 years. But she's just recently started working at the American Center, and since she's working at night, she needs someone to take care of the children. Her husband has a jewelry store, and he travels a lot. He's never home, and Jordanian men just don't do child care. But anyway, so the second maid arrived, and she was bright-eyed and ready to work, and but she was thin as a pencil. Well, apparently the Jordanian couple that she was working with, weren't giving her enough to eat, and she was really living on bread and water. They locked up all the rest of the food. But she was quite weak, so Vicky started feeding her, and she worked out okay. She was doing quite well for a couple of days. And then Vicky said one morning the woman came and asked her if she could have some pills, the pills that the other people were giving her. Well, it turned out that the other people had her on some kind of drugs. And when she started coming off the drugs, she really collapsed. In addition to being extremely thin, underweight, she had been addicted to some kind of drug, probably tranquilizers, but it could have been anything. Everything's available here on the black market. So this woman went into withdrawal and collapsed into her bedroom, and Vicky very quickly bundled her up and took her back to the maid service man and said, "Look, this woman needs to go into a detox center in the hospital. Take her off my hands." So Vicky didn't know what happened to her. But in any case, this Vicky has gone through a series of maids, and these poor Sri Lankan women are just treated like slaves. The woman that was on drugs, apparently this family also wouldn't let her write any letters or get any phone calls. They really did keep her as a prisoner. For the most part, the maids aren't allowed to have any days off, because if they get pregnant or kidnapped or get into any kind of trouble or anything, the sponsor, the Jordanian man actually, who is the sponsor, is absolutely responsible. So Vicky says she's even had a friend who got a phone call saying, "Come pick up your dead maid." Somehow they may have gotten some problems. But there's been a couple of months ago, a Filipino maid who actually worked for a Saudi couple, and the Saudi couple they weren't Saudi though. I think they were Lebanese and Egyptian or something. I can't remember. But they worked and lived in Saudi Arabia, and they had an apartment here in Amman because Amman is so cheap. And during the summer, when the Arab couple were preparing to come with their children to stay in their apartment in Amman, they had sent their Filipino maid here to Amman with the brother of the husband, who was supposed to bring the maid to Jordan and have her clean up the flat and get the flat ready for the couple with their children to come to Amman for the vacation. Well, apparently the brother brought the maid all right, locked her in the apartment with a little bit of food, and he would show up every day and just give her a little bit of food. And the maid got fed up. She'd been locked in the house for a couple of days, so she climbed out one of the windows over the balcony and was going down some kind of drain pipe when she fell. This was several stories up. She fell, and when she hit the ground, she killed herself. There was a lot in the newspaper about it, but they have apparently it was an accident because the maid wasn't pushed or anything. She simply fell trying to escape. But it simply highlighted once again the horrendous conditions that these poor women live under. So my friend Vicky has been having trouble finding a Filipina maid because the Philippine embassy is not sending any more maids here. Apparently there is no Sri Lankan embassy here in Amman. It was handled by I forget what they call them, kind of a unofficial representative of the Sri Lankan government. They were a couple of Sri Lankans and some Jordanians. But these Filipino maids that would get pregnant, they would take the baby to this sort of a consulate, and the consulate then were selling these babies for several $1,000s apiece until someone finally blew the whistle on them and informed the government of Sri Lanka, who put an end to the whole thing. So it's just another one of the cycles of the abuse that these poor women have to take here. But I've seen them all over town. They go everywhere with the woman and her children, but they're dragged along like servants. These inflated figures of 50% of the workforce working for the government is typical in developing countries. The civil servants here in Amman work from around 8 o'clock in the morning till somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock. The rush hour here is actually between 2 and 3 o'clock when the government offices close. And then most of them go off to moonlight. They pick up a second job, where they make between 100 and 200 dinar, an additional 100 to 200 dinar a month, which brings their income up to below the 600 to 800 dinar average. There was the civil servants work 6 days a week. They only get Fridays off, but mind you, they're working short days anyway. They have recently decided that the civil servants would only work a 5-day week, and prior to that, a dean from the Science and Technology University here in town did a study of the actual work that is done by these employees to determine if cutting their work days would also reduce the amount of work that was done. But interestingly, he found in the report published in the newspaper that the volume of the work done is really no more than 2 hours of real work in a day, which again is typical of developing countries. They make less, but they do a lot less work than they could. This Dr. Kayuti, in his article, points out, and I quote, he saw the failure to exploit time as a problem in the Jordanian society, noting that the wastage of time was due to many factors, the most important of which were the ambiguity of objectives and improper organization, which I have seen over and over again. I've had a number of friends complain about secretaries that don't get any work done, that don't follow up, that try hard to a point, but each one is limited, which reminds me of another story I heard of a foreigner who was got a notice from the airport authority, from Royal Jordanian Air Cargo at the airport, indicating that a package had arrived for him, and would he please come out to the air cargo depot at the airport and collect it, which he did. I don't know if he knew what the contents were, but he arrived at the airport with the papers that Royal Jordanian Air Cargo had sent him. to pick up his package, only to be told that the package had been lost, and he owed 300 dinar on it. 300 dinars, about $450. And I remember, in fact, there was an article in the newspaper about this. There was a long recounting of the discussion between this foreigner and the customs officers at the airport as to why this man would pay for a package that he couldn't get, a package that had been lost. The rationale of the customs officers was that if they charged a high enough duty, they figured that he had stolen the package to begin with, that somehow he'd laid his hands on the package illegally through going around the back door at the customs office. But they weren't going to release the paperwork on it until he paid for it. And they were charging a very high fee because they figured that the whatever it was illegal, probably drugs or some importing electronic goods or something. I mean, the whole thing was quite hysterical. In the end, the guy left. He had no idea what the package was. He didn't pay the 300 dinar, and I suppose all the paperwork just went into the dead file. There was also an article in the paper. Jordan has been trying, with the help of the World Bank, to encourage foreign investment here. And there was a very interesting article, a letter to the editor, in the paper in September that I clipped. The woman says she was prompted to write a few things about investment in Jordan. At the beginning of 1996, after several visits over the past 5 years, I arrived here full of enthusiasm about Jordan's encouragement to invest. I was lulled by the openness and friendliness of the Jordanian people, its culture, and beautiful rich countryside. Now, 9 months later, my naive attitude has changed, and I feel betrayed by the country's promise. With the help of family and friends residing in Jordan, I found a beautiful house with old heritage character in a particular area of Amman. I thought of turning it into a cozy restaurant away from the hustle and bustle of Amman. The whole area consisted of several shops and one particularly famous restaurant within a tourist area. I informed the local municipality of my intended project. The site was originally infested with rats, had no roof, and the building was in danger of collapse due to water leakage everywhere. So it came as a surprise that the main concern of the municipality was to remove the over 100-year-old back wall, only to increase the width of the adjacent road by, believe it or not, 80 centimeters. My argument of respect for old heritage was completely ignored. I came to realize only much later that my enthusiastic argument put me at war with the local mayor, who gave me the impression that I, as a foreigner, was in no position to decide these matters. Actually, I realized that the definition of foreigner includes any Jordanian not from the local community. Anyway, my partners and I abided by the order regarding the wall, but there was more to follow. I had grown wiser in not to upset the customary dealings as a foreigner, and trusted my partner's advice and the mayor's promise to grant us a restaurant license as soon as renovation works were finished. The works were completed with the help from experienced locals, and as never during the restoration work did we receive or get the impression of resentment against our project by the local municipality. It came as a great shock for us when, at the end of a lot of hard work, we were neither granted a permit nor an answer in writing. Instead, we were maneuvered into a game of bureaucracy. Name any ministry in Amman, and I will take you there in a second. The nightmare of inefficient and unprofessional bureaucratic procedures had started. To accelerate and emphasize our urgent matter, we delivered back-and-forth correspondence by hand and reminded civil servants with numerous phone calls that our case was still unresolved. It remained that way, and every time we came back to whatever ministry, they could not believe that we'd not progressed one single inch. Then our hopes were raised, again by the mayor, asking us into his office. He gave us his word that within 48 hours he would give us the license if we would donate 10,000 JD to the community where our restaurant would be. We agreed, as we found that the whole community should benefit from these tourism projects. We asked to put this agreement in writing to make sure of its validity for both parties. This was never done, and we never got to see the license.
Our bureaucratic career kept going on. We lost the whole summer season, although we put 2 consecutive months of overtime work into the project. We faced a lot of embarrassment in losing several restaurant contracts by big companies of local and touristic character. Never doubting that we would receive our license, weeks and weeks passed. The opening day, which was eagerly awaited by many people, never happened. We were dragged into the big and inefficient bureaucratic apparatus and never managed to get out. Now, 5 months have passed, and our large investment, which we'd worked very hard for during the past years, is looking very insecure. My attitude towards life and business hopes here in Jordan has completely changed. I am still emotionally and politically attached to this country. It is a paradox that one can love and at the same time hate this place. Love because of its people and heritage. Hate because of its never-ending bureaucracy, triggered by one mayor's discontent. The letter is signed by Karina Morcos, not an Arab name. In fact, it sounds more like a Filipino name. This woman's story is certainly in line with other stories that I've heard here of Jordanians and Palestinians who have brought their substantial capital from abroad because of the peace agreement that was signed first between Israel and Jordan and then between Palestine and Israel about 2 years ago now, that these people felt that now was the time to bring their money back to Jordan and start investing. And they have been, many of them, discouraged, fed up, and so on with the bureaucracy and the corruption in the government here, and simply closed shop, taken their money, and left the country again. There was an article in the paper again about the local government the current government is trying to crack down on bribery, on corruption in the government. As long ago as 1985, there were about 50 municipal employees who were dismissed from their jobs after they were found to be corrupt. There are now about 20 civil servants who are implicated in some kind of a case. There are 63 cases in court right now of corruption, bribery, against municipal employees, and there are dozens of other cases that are, in fact, being investigated right now. There's a section of Amman called Abdun, which is where the U.S. Embassy is, and this is actually has been identified as a farming area. It's supposed to be agricultural, but since the U.S. Embassy was built out there about 5 years ago, the land now has been sold off to through bribery. Some employees accepting as much as 250,000 JD in exchange for selling off this supposedly agricultural area in Abdun. This area is called a millionaire's playground, and the homes out there are like palaces. They are just enormous. I've heard from my Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Water students that there are jokes going around that the aquifers in Azraq, which is a very poor district out in the desert, which actually had one of the largest natural aquifers of fossil water in Jordan, these aquifers have been drained off to supply water so that the ladies of Abdun can flush their toilets. The rich in Jordan are getting very rich, and the poor, the middle class and the poor, are really struggling. One of the other teachers at work, an American woman married to a Palestinian, is working at she works during the day at one of the local schools. It's called the Mashrak. She's a primary school teacher. She told me she's making 325 Jordanian a month, and hates the job. She's taken a night job now she's trying to get on full time at the American Center where I'm working, because they pay the local teachers, I think, get something like 8 JD an hour, which is about $12 an hour, which is far above what the public schools and the private schools pay just as badly. The low incomes here really are very much in startling contrast with the incomes in the neighboring countries. Jordan has no natural resources. In fact, I think I mentioned before that prior to the Gulf War, Jordan was actually borrowing money from the PLO in the Palestinians to pay the government salaries. After the Gulf War, many of these Palestinians, of course, Jordan sided with Iraq during the Gulf War for political reasons, which I will explain later. But afterwards, all these Palestinians were thrown out of the Kuwait, where they were making big salaries, and all the rest of the Gulf, along with all the other Jordanians. And that brought some capital into, quite a bit of capital, in fact, into Jordan. But this can be compared to, for example, Israel, where now the per capita income is about $16,000 a year, which is roughly on a par with Britain. Saudi Arabia, one of Jordan's other immediate neighbors, and certainly the world's largest oil producer, has its own economic problems. The population of Saudi Arabia is 18 million people. 6 million of those are expatriates, and the statistics show that fewer than 7% of employees in the private sector are Saudis. The rest of them are all foreigners. Of that 6 million expatriates, a large number of those are from the Indian subcontinent. These are the workers, again, doing construction work and all of the menial work. Employment among the Saudis in Saudi Arabia runs as high as 20%, which is on a par with Jordan. But Saudi, of course, has got a large Saudi Arabia, of course, is a very generous welfare state, and in fact creates jobs within the government for Saudis who receive a foreign education. But with 60% of the population of Saudi under 20 years old, they find that they simply cannot continue this. The payments that the government actually gives people just to live. The economic problems in Saudi actually began in the 1980s with the massive income coming into Saudi from oil revenues. There has been for many years substantial investment building programs within Saudi Arabia with some of certainly the best road system here in the Middle East, schools, hospitals, you name it. Whatever can be bought from Western technology, the Saudis have it. And the management of these companies, except for a figurehead Saudi, who is usually some kind of a sheikh from the royal family. The princes of the royal family number some 3,000 plus. So the general director of these different Saudi facilities will be a Saudi, and from him down, they're all foreigners. The management class, and to some extent, most of the middle management, are Westerners, British, American, Australian, French, so on. And then from the supervisory class down, they tend to be Arabs, Egyptians, Jordanians, and at the bottom of the line are the Bangladeshi and the Sri Lankans doing the heavy-duty labor. The United Arab Emirates, another of the Gulf countries, became quite concerned about the amount of illegal employees, immigrants, laborers in the country, and because it was upsetting the balance of the population. There were so many more illegals there than there are citizens of the Emirates, that in the end of the summer, last summer, the governments there decided to expel these illegal aliens. And I've read figures anywhere between 150,000 and 200,000 foreign nationals had a September 30th deadline to basically get out of the country or spend 5 years in jail plus large fines.
most of these illegal immigrants were manual, unskilled, or semi-skilled laborers. In fact, about 90% of them were simply unskilled laborers, and generally between the ages of about 25 and 35. They had gone to the Emirates in the early 1990s in search of work and simply never left. In order to get this many people out, the different airlines that service the Indian subcontinent, like the National Airline of India, put on many, many extra flights a day. Oh, telephone, I'll be right back. The airlines put on many more flights per day to get these people out, and you had to get out of the country, you had to go through all the documentation of the through the government, which took nearly a week, sometimes 2 or 3 weeks, to get the paperwork done. Some of these immigrants had actually come into the Emirates legally. You have to have a sponsor to get into any of the Gulf countries, and that sponsor, in theory, provides you employment. Well, as I saw in Bahrain, the employment actually didn't really exist. All they did was give you the right to come and wait at different specific pickup points during the day, where the Bahrainis or the contractors in the Emirates would go around and pick up day labor. There was no job guarantee at all. So some of these people many of them, in fact, simply stop working for their legal sponsor and find work elsewhere. In any case, there were simply not enough flights to get all these people out. So a couple of companies, again from on Indian ships, these shipping companies turned cargo vessels into, well, they said they did, into passenger ships, and were taking thousands of workers out for a very cheap price. But again, these people were the illegal workers who were being sent back to the subcontinent were cheated. And in fact, instead of being actually proper passenger ships, they were simply loading these people into the cargo hold. There was not enough food for the several-day trip. There were no toilets. There was not enough room actually to lie down and sleep because they were so overcrowded. And one ship apparently arrived at Bombay and was held off the coast for 2 days before they were allowed a berth at Bombay. And during those 2 days, these 1,200 workers they revolted. They locked the Indian crew in the captain in their quarters, and then began throwing what food there was over the side of the ship to demand that they be allowed to come ashore. There was no drinking water left. Apparently, it was pretty awful. And the reason that this ship was held up was because 2 days before, another ship had arrived with nearly 2,000 workers coming from the Gulf, returning to Bombay. These are Indians. And the customs officials there were held up trying to get all of these first 2,000, the paperwork down, these first 2,000 people. Besides the thousands that went back to India, there were approximately 400 that were repatriated to Bangladesh from the Emirates. The returning workers actually brought quite a bit of money back with them relative to the economy of these countries, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and so on. But relative to the populations of those countries, it will make minimal impact on the economy. Politics of the Middle East is extremely complex and dynamic. I certainly don't profess to have more than a basic understanding of what goes on here. Loyalties between the different political entities, the countries that exist now, date back generations, far beyond the time after the end of World War I, when these actual political boundaries were drawn. Roughly, when the Middle East was still fell under the Ottoman Empire, there was a Sharif Hussein, who was the Sharif is a title bestowed on a direct descendant of Prince Prophet Muhammad, and Sharif Hussein was the largest tribal leader in the Middle East at the onset of World War I, when the Allies, primarily Britain and France at that point, were interested in overthrowing the Turkish Ottoman Empire. For many reasons. One was the Ottomans' alliance with Germany. This was the war the Arab revolt that Lawrence of Arabia got involved in. After the World War I, these principal allies, by then the United States had joined France and Britain and divided up the Middle East. Rather than give outright independence to the Arab states as had been promised, there was a compromise. Well, it was hardly a compromise. There was a solution imposed on the Arab states in the peace treaty in Paris, which essentially gave three of his sons, the kingdoms, which were divided up according to the Allies' preferences, actually. One of the sons was given Kuwait. He became the Emir of Kuwait. Another son was given Iraq. And a third son was given what became Transjordan. And I'm sorry, not Kuwait. It wasn't given Kuwait. He was given Syria. Kuwait remained its own emirate. Kuwait has long been a separate entity. You can hardly call them states. A political entity ruled by the same royal family for hundreds of years. In any case, the emir of Transjordan, King Abdullah, was the grandfather of the current King Hussein, and their cousins were the royal family of Iraq. In the late 1950s, there was a revolt in Iraq, and the entire royal family was slaughtered. But in any case, the relationship, the loyalties between Jordan and Iraq go back many generations. When the Gulf War broke out, when Iraq invaded Kuwait in August of 1990, Jordan, King Hussein, sided with Iraq and essentially cut himself off from the rest of the Arab states. The Palestinians then represented the PLO, was actually existed, with its leader Yasser Arafat, sided with Jordan and the Iraqis, feeling that their best chance for actually defeating Israel and establishing a Palestinian state came with siding with Jordan and therefore Iraq. To a large extent, Jordan's economic problems right now, which are substantial, date from the end of any sort of trade arrangements, and money coming from these states. Saudi Arabia, of course, is the largest bankroller of these Arab states, the Gulf Arab states. They receive most of their income. I think it's over 90% of the Saudis' income comes from oil. And the figures, kind of an estimate that I've seen, is that the Saudi income is roughly in excess of $400 million a day, depending on the price of oil at that point. Saudi Arabia has long been the financial supporter of the PLO. They have, in fact, given the PLO currency reserves of over, it's reaching $2 billion. Saudi Arabia, though, in fact, has actually become one of the principals in the International Monetary Fund. The Group of Five, the United States, Great Britain, Japan, France, and West Germany, has actually become the Big Six. with Saudi Arabia in about the early 1980s, Saudi Arabia joining these investors in the International Monetary Fund to stabilize the world economy. Saudi Arabia, in fact, still gives a substantial proportion of its income, tens of billions of dollars per year, in financial aid to developing countries. Saudi Arabia, in fact, is still the largest per capita donor in the world of aid money. They have quite recently, there's an article in the paper that the Saudis have sent recently $1 million, recently I mean within this last 6 months, sent $1 million to the PLO to bolster the self-rule in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which is represented now by the Palestinian Liberation Authority, Palestinian Liberation Organization. This $1 million was deducted from the around 200,000 Palestinians who are now working in Saudi, and added to by voluntary contributions from the foreign residents and individual Saudis. The Saudi government, about a year ago, announced that it was giving an additional $100 million to the Palestinian National Authority, which is what the PLO is called now, to help finance the running of the government there. There was a quote in the paper, the politics in Israel, which I won't discuss on this tape. They're quite intricate, and in fact, some of the papers indicate that within Israel, they are on the verge of a civil war. But Israel's ex-prime minister, Shimon Peres, I heard him on television not too long ago saying that Benjamin Netanyahu, with his policies, has succeeded in uniting all of the Arabs. And in fact, he has done just that. There have been a number of articles in the Jordanian Times about the normalization of relations between Jordan and all of the Gulf countries, in Saudi and the Gulf countries, as a result of the policies of Netanyahu against the Palestinians. At the end of the Gulf War, well, actually at the beginning of the Gulf War, but certainly toward what was that, 100-day war? At the end of it, there was a absolute ban on exports from Jordan, particularly agricultural exports, in 1991. Last summer, the Saudis and the Jordanians signed a new agreement for exports from particularly agricultural exports from Jordan into Saudi. The Jordan exports to Saudi Arabia are worth about $100 million, and Saudi exports into Jordan are worth $130 million. So we're talking about big money here and a substantial part of the Jordanian economy. A couple of ministers from Bahrain have been to Jordan in the last couple of months again to revive exchange agreements, export agreements with Bahrain. As I mentioned, there have been several hundred Jordanian teachers. Jordanians are particularly well educated relative to the rest of the nationals in the Arab world. So there have been a lot of teachers that have been sent to these other countries, including Bahrain. There have been ambassadors and government officials from Qatar have been here in Jordan in the last couple of months. There is a $300 million gas. Qatar is particularly rich in not oil but natural gas, and the Qatari government and the Jordanian government has signed a natural gas project worth $300 million, which will certainly benefit the Jordanian economy. The Sultan Qaboos from Oman was received on an official visit again in September. Sultan Qaboos and King Hussein actually knew each other. They are both graduates of Sandhurst, the military academy in England, where a number of these royals from the Arab states actually have received their training. Both Sultan Qaboos and King Hussein are pilots, and they knew each other. They were pals at school, and apparently have hardly spoken to each other during the 6 years since the end of the Gulf War. But Sultan Qaboos came himself to again normalize relations between Oman and Jordan, and to restart development projects within the Middle East. All of this is seen as a direct result of the policies of the Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel. Well, enough about politics. You'd think from the quantity of information on this tape that it's all I do here. But I'd like to shift now to some music. I of course listen to Arab music, Arab and Arabic music everywhere I go here in the Arab world, and I've identified certain specific favorites. One of them is the first little bit that I'm going to play for you is by a Lebanese woman. Her name is Fayrouz, Fairouz. She is extremely popular in all of the Arabic-speaking world. She must be in her 60s now, and she has been recording since she was quite young, in her teens apparently. And I began talking about her in class once because I'd heard some some songs on the radio, and been to a cassette shop nearby to buy a tape of Fayrouz. I went in and asked the guy which is the best one, where's her stuff, and which is the best one, and he showed me a whole wall full of Fayrouz's recordings. The Arabs love her because she's got such a sweet voice. In fact, they talk about her voice as being the voice of an angel, and you'll see in this recording that she does indeed have a beautiful voice. She lives in Paris now. During the war, the civil war in Lebanon, she left. And lives there with her husband, who is also a musician and apparently does a lot of the arranging for her songs. And at least one son. I don't know if there are more children, but her eldest son is also a musician now, and quite a popular musician in his own right. She sings only in Arabic. She gave a concert in Paris, apparently about 10 years ago, where she did include some French songs, but I've been unable to find a copy of it. And as far as I can discover, there are no recordings by Fayrouz in English. So I'm going to play a bit. I've chosen from the two cassettes I've had, chosen a song that will be most palatable to Western tastes. So I'll just play at a couple of minutes from that cassette right now. ويا حلو شمسي وأنا بيا مفتاح وما حدا بطل أنت شكلتنا على المسرح تنطرنا وشكلتني ويا حلو شمسي وأنا بيا مفتاح وما حدا بطل صار لي شي فيه دنيا مفتوحة يا أخر مني ولا عيني على غني وغني
وعين القمر ما حدا نطر يا حلو شايفين ما حدا نطر وصار لي شي يسمعوا على واللي ذكر بالإسلام بآخر سكن وشف الدنيا ويا قبل سربي وأنا بيا مستحو ما حدا نطر ما حدا نطر. Notice the Western instruments in the recording there, the violin especially. Apparently, my students tell me that her older songs, of which this is one, are better than the more recent ones, where she's moved more into Eastern pop. But beautiful voice. All right, now I'm going to make a distinct change to classical Arab music. This music actually is traced back to the Bedouin reciters and singers from the Arabian Peninsula. Reciters meaning they would recite poetry with music in the background, usually drums. It also dates back, or gets some of its tradition from the court music of the court of Baghdad and Damascus, and also somewhat from Ottoman Constantinople. Actually, the Turkish classical music has a very different sound than the Arabic classical music, but they both come from roughly the same background. I found a bit in a guidebook about classical music, and particularly the artist that I'm going to play. Her name is Kulthum, which is spelled U-M-M, or O-M, or O-U-M, which means mother in Arabic. And then the last name, the translation into English is usually Kulthum, Kalthoum. But I've also seen it in a more literal Arabic translation, and it's Kulsum, Koulsoum. And from this more closer to Arabic translation, Kulsum, she has been called Suma, a nickname that she was given by the Egyptians. The bit out of the guidebook says, during this century, the form, meaning classical Arabic music, has been characterized by oriental scales, the way they go up and down the scales, passionate rhetoric, bravurous soloists, of whom Kulthum is probably the greatest, massed orchestras, and male choirs. The most famous exponent of recent decades has been Kulthum, who, until her death in 1975, was the most popular singer in the Arab world. Her career coincided with the advent of long-distance broadcasting, and she was essentially the first Arab music star. In Egypt, she was a national institution known as the Mother of Egypt, and accorded a weekly concert on radio and later on television. In fact, Arabs from all over the Arab world would come to descend on Cairo to hear her monthly performance, which was the first Thursday of every month. She would have a concert, first on radio, live concert, but she also did many radio and then television programs. She was, in fact, a legendary singer, an idol, really, in all of Egypt and across the Arab world. She also is of interest to the international music circles, who are interested in her style, the secrets of her voice, and her
certainly pivotal contribution to Arab songs and Arab music. She began in her career as a child, I believe in the 1920s, singing at weddings. And as her career developed, she worked with the best songwriters and composers and musicians of the time, and became really an unrivaled singer within the Arab world, who forced the different Arab political entities, whether they were national countries as we know them now or tribes, but she forced them to overcome both political and ideological differences and celebrate her music. She drew world attention during her life and continued to do so after her death. I read in the newspaper lately that she is the topic of an American documentary, the title of which is Kalthum, A Voice Resembling Egypt. This documentary narrates Egypt's modern history through Kalthum's her music, her songs, and her career. So now I'll play an excerpt. You'll notice that the songs go on and on. She could, in fact, perform one song that lasted about 3 hours. And apparently, if the audience got restless or somebody wasn't paying attention, she would stop and point them out and humiliate them until they paid attention. She was apparently married twice and had no children, devoted herself really to her music as sort of an ambassadress of all of Arab unity through classical Arab music. ولا حد يوم عايشة حبيبي ازاي اوصفلك يا حبيبي ازاي قبل ما احبك ازاي ازاي اوصفلك يا حبيبي ازاي قبل ما احبك ممكن يا حبيبي كنت ولا مكانك ولا قلبي بكر استنى ولا حد يوم عايشة حبيبي كنت ولا مكانك ولا قلبي بكر استنى يوم عايشة يا حبيبي خدني بالحب ورمل العين وريتني حلاوة حلاوة الأيام خدني بالحب ورمل العين وريتني حلاوة الأيام حلاوة الأيام الليل صعب مكان غربة مدينة أمان والعمر كان صحرا صحرا كان غربة مدينة أمان والعمر كان صحرا Well, that's enough of that. I can't say that I particularly like that music myself, but you certainly see all of the characteristic parts of classical Arabic music, the Oriental scales, where she goes, and the rhetoric, we can't understand the words, but the massive orchestra with traditional instruments, and there's a male chorus in the background. All right, now I'm going to shift to something that I rather like. I bought a cassette of one of the pop hits that's on the radio that's being played everywhere. This one is by, again, an Egyptian singer named Amre Diab, and the song I'm going to play for you is called Nur al-Ain. Nur means light. In fact, the King Hussein's wife, Queen, took the American that he's married to, took the name of Nur, Queen Nur. Nur al-Ain. Ain means a couple of things. It means eyes. It means spring also. Spring is where the water flows from the ground. But it's used also for the word eyes. And Aini means my eyes, meaning someone who you are so special to me that the name of this song is You Are the Light in My Eyes, or You Put the Light in My Eyes. The eyes are very important in Arabic. There's a saying, in fact, when someone is doing something for you. No, it's the other way around. When someone asks you to do something for you, often the waiter or the other person will gesture towards their two eyes, maybe touching their eyes, maybe just in their cheeks below their eyes, and say "min ayn ay," meaning from my two eyes. The idea is that serving you is more precious to me than my eyes. In any case, this song is a smash hit. It's played everywhere. I've heard it in, I'm going to play the Arabic version, but I've also heard it played in Greek. I hope you'll enjoy this. I'm going to let this song run until the end of the tape. So this is over and out from Amman. There'll be another tape to follow as soon as I can get myself organized and find some time.
حبيبي يا نور العين يا ساكن خيال عاشق بقالي سنين ولا غيرك بدال حبيبي يا نور العين يا ساكن خيال عاشق بقالي سنين ولا غيرك بدال حبيبي يا نور العين حبيبي 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 يا نور العين حبيبي 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 يا نور العين حبيبي 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 يا نور العين يا ساكن أجمل عطر في الكون أنا شفتها أطلع عليك الله على الزحران أجمل عيون في الكون أنا شفتها أطلع عليك الله على الزحران عيونك معايا عيونك كفاية عيونك معايا عيونك كفاية تنور ليالي حبيبي 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 يا نور العين حبيبي 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 يا نور العين حبيبي حبيبي يا نور العين حبيبي 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 يا نور العين سلام حبيبي يا نور العين يا سلام عاشق فارس ولا تاني وقال بتحبني أطلعك الله طمنتني معك البداية وكل الحكاية معك البداية وكل الحكاية معك النهاية حبيبي 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 أقول عليك حبيبي 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 أقول عليك أجمل عيون في الكون أنا شفتها الله على سحرها أجمل عيون في الكون.
Date is January 4th, 1997. This is the next edition in the Jordan Journal. However, the entire tape will be taken up with the information about my trip to Israel, which I took from December 4th through December 27th, 1996. It was quite an interesting trip, partly because of the places that we saw, but partly because of the people who were on the bus. I was working long hours, and I didn't have time really to organize a trip on my own, so I found a group that was going for these 4 days, which included Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and then a weekend. So I had a 4-day trip. On the bus, I was the only American. There were 3 Italians, young Italians, and a Costa Rican traveling together. And with them was a Moroccan woman who had grown up in Britain. They all spoke a little bit of English. On the bus also, the most interesting group, in fact, were 12 Jordanians. They were, and the guide also was Jordanian, the guide who was the travel agent that I booked through. These Jordanians were all, in fact, of Palestinian origin. They did have Jordanian passports, but all of them had, they and or their families, had originally come from someplace in Jordan, mostly from the West Bank, and one woman and her daughters were from Gaza. This made the trip quite interesting because, in fact, I was getting a history of Israel from a Palestinian point of view. One of the women, an older woman, in fact, was there with her son. Her son must have been my age. She was quite elderly. She was from Jenin, a city on the West Bank near Ramallah, and hadn't been back to Palestine really for 20 years. There was another woman and her daughter who must have been, she was 10 years old, a girl named Dahlia, beautiful little girl. I photographed her. They were from Ramallah. In fact, they at one point went to see the grandmother in Ramallah. There was a younger woman, the only Christian Arab, and her 5-year-old son, who went to Jaffa. We were in Jaffa. She dropped out of the tour and visited her husband's relatives that live in Jaffa, and then later went to Ramallah to visit some of her relatives. There was an elderly man, older man, who was from Jerusalem. And there was an accountant on the bus who was Palestinian, but I'm not quite sure where he was from. And so on. There was as we went to different places on our tour, these Jordanian Palestinians would drop out of the tour and go stay with relatives a couple of days. So it was quite a fluctuating group. The tour guide that we got was Palestinian who lived in a village about 30 kilometers north of Jerusalem. He is Muslim, but he considers himself Israeli, and Israeli Arab. It was quite an interesting trip in that sense. The Italians and the Costa Rican, in fact, all of the Italians, the Costa Rican, and the Moroccan woman, henceforth will be referred to as the Italians, which is what they were designated by the rest of the group. They peeled off and really went off by themselves most of the time. The parents, the Italian parents of 2 of the young men in the group,
joined us at one point. So that group of, about 6 people, went off by themselves. I stuck with the Jordanians because I wanted to see a lot of the places they went on the bus. And in fact, we did cover a lot of miles. I'm absolutely going to limit myself to the 90-minute tape that I'm doing, which means that I can't cover all the antiquities of the history of Palestine area. And I'm not going to get very much into the modern politics because just bits and pieces that I've picked up out of the newspaper. I'm not a political scientist and I'm not an archaeologist, so you're going to get this from a tourist point of view. By way of a very brief introduction, I'll read something that I photocopied out of a guidebook. It says, Israel is a small country on the eastern shores of the Mediterranean Sea that was created in 1948 as a homeland for the Jewish people. Israel is a young nation, but its roots actually go back thousands of years. Jews all over the world consider Israel their spiritual homeland. The Hebrew people settled in the area, which was then called Canaan, 4,000 years ago. Part of the Hebrews' land came to be named Judah, and the people came to be called Jews. Most Jews fled their homeland after AD 135, when the Romans put down Jewish revolts against their rule. The Jews were unable to recreate their nation until 1948, when they began to build a modern democratic state with a developed economy. Modern Israel was created as a homeland for the Jewish people after World War II, so most of its people are Jewish. However, they belong to a variety of ethnic groups, and Arabs make up an important ethnic minority. The land of Israel, and especially the city of Jerusalem, are sacred places to 3 major world religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The creation of Israel caused problems in the Middle East. Most Arabs opposed its founding, and the result has been a number of wars between Israel and Arab nations, in which Israel gained territory, as well as much terrorist violence against Israel. In addition, Israel has problems with the Arab minorities in its own population. Israel has a pleasant climate with hot, dry summers and cool, mild winters. The country has 4 major land regions: the coastal plain, the Judeo-Galilean highlands, the Rift Valley, and the Negev Desert. The narrow coastal plain is home to most of the nation's people, industry, and farmland. Here are 2 of Israel's 3 largest cities, Haifa and Tel Aviv. East of the coastal plains, highlands and hills that run from Galilee to the north of the Negev Desert in the south. Most of Israel's Arabs live in Galilee. Both Nazareth, the largest Arab center, and Jerusalem, the country's largest city, are in the highlands. The population to date of Israel and the occupied territories is approaching 6 million. About 2 million of these, roughly 18 and 19% of these, are Palestinian. And of those 2 million Palestinians, most of whom lived in the West Bank and Gaza, less than 5% of those are Christian. In spite of the fact that both Hebrew and Arabic are official languages of Israel, in place the only language that's used in business and so on is Hebrew. But in fact, I have an article here from the local paper that there are 11 Israeli Arabs in parliament. 8 of these are Muslim, although they're not particularly religious, and the others are Christian. They have decided quite recently that they are going to begin giving their speeches in Arabic. Up to this point, they've always used Hebrew. In fact, most Arab Israelis are fluent both in Arabic and Hebrew. But they have, in addition, opened a very small mosque in the Knesset, the building that is the Parliament building, which is in Jerusalem.
Of these 2 million, according to the United Nations, UNRWA, United Nations Refugee something or other program, there are 2 million refugees in Israel. These are primarily the Palestinians who were displaced by the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. About 750,000 became refugees at that point, and the rest have been made refugees through these different wars that Israel has had with its neighboring Arab states. I'm going to include a map of Israel with this tape. But when you talk about map of Israel, in fact, it has to be a number of maps, because through various wars, the Israelis have actually extended their land far beyond what was originally designated when the country was established in 1948. So I'll include several maps so that you can follow the development or the expansion of the country of Israel. Within the Jewish population, the people are primarily divided into two groups depending on where they immigrated from. The largest group are if they're the largest, but certainly the most powerful, are the Ashkenazi. These were the Ashkenaz Jews who originated from Central and Eastern Europe, primarily around Germany and its neighboring countries, and they speak a dialect called Yiddish, which is a combination of Hebrew and very old medieval German. These are the people who are the most powerful. They are the ones who have the primarily they dominate the business and the government of Israel. The other large group are the Sephardi Jews, who came from Spain and Portugal originally. Sephardi is spelled Sephardi. These are the people who have come from various European and Mediterranean countries. There is a large group of them still in Istanbul. These Spanish Jews spoke a dialect called Ladino, Ladino, which is a mixture of Hebrew and Spanish. In fact, I know in Istanbul there still is a newspaper printed in Ladino, so it actually is a living language. Between this Sephardic community of Middle Eastern Jews and the Ashkenaz Jews from Eastern Europe, there is no love lost. The Sephardic Jews complain that they are discriminated against. There was a move, in fact, in Tel Aviv to separate the Ashkenaz and the Sephardic students in the schools for one reason or another. I've had an article out of the newspaper. The physical and cultural differences between these groups were the cause of considerable ill feeling at the onset of the establishment of Israel. The early pioneers, the Zionist pioneers, were Ashkenazim. They later brought the Sephardim Jews in, and they are less educated. Their Hebrew is not as good. They're not as wealthy as the other Jews, and the Sephardim complain that they're treated as second-class citizens. There's another group, the Ethiopian Jews, which is even more a touchy situation. The Ethiopian Jews were airlifted from Ethiopia in two massive operations, one in 1985 and one in 1991. Many Jews found it hard to accept that these black people were really Jewish. They were brought in for humanitarian reasons, airlifted in, and afterwards, however, they have been given poor housing in undesirable areas, and they have been treated very badly. They live more or less in substandard housing. We saw some areas. They've been shunted off to undesirable locations and certainly not been integrated into the mainstream of Israeli population, Israeli life. Another large group is not large, but the Druze, D-R-U-Z-E, which they make up about 10% of the non-Jewish population. They belong to a mysterious religious sect. The Israeli Druze live in a few villages in Galilee, Galilee being the primarily Arab district. They live near Mount Israel. They are very much pro-Syrian. They support Syrian claims to land and whatever else, as opposed to the official Israeli government policies. The Palestinian Arabs, by the way, speak a version of Syrian Arabic, and their ties with Syria are actually fairly close. The Druze of Israel, as I understand, hate the Druze of Syria. And their religion is quite a mystery. They are certainly monotheistic, and not Muslim, but quasi-Muslim. The beliefs of their religion are actually very secret, and it's the secretiveness that makes it hard to quite understand who they are or what their religion is. But they do form a distinct religious group, and we visited one of their villages near Mount Carmel, and their clothing is quite different. They have very definite long black costumes. The women are also dressed in black, and they have a white cap that's different than the Arab women wear, than the hijab, the scarf that the Arab women wear. The United Nations agency, which was established in 1950, when hopes for an early return of these Palestinian refugees to their homes was obviously not going to be possible. The UN set up the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees. The acronym is UNRWA. It still, at present, provides money for education and relief and health services. They are obviously quite active in the West Bank and Gaza in Israel, but they, in addition, have a very large office here in Amman. The UNRWA was originally set up in Beirut, and when the civil war in Lebanon got too hot, they moved to Baghdad. And then after Baghdad got impossible, after the Gulf War, they moved here to Amman. And I have read in the newspaper recently that they will be, in September, moving their headquarters back to Beirut, and obviously not taking any of the local staff with them, which will have a bit of an impact. One of my students at the center who works for the UNRWA told me that they have 150 local staff here who have to be left behind. The UN can only afford a minimum of expat foreigners. And a lot of the work is obviously done by local labor. They are trying to find jobs for these 150 people, other jobs within the community, probably with other relief agencies. And this fellow who works for the UN, who's basically a gopher, although he says he works for the liaison office, he drives to the airport to pick up people and does errands and so on. He told me that the UN really does take good care of its people. This fellow, whose name is Ahmed, also told me that the day that they installed Kofi Annan as the next Secretary General of the United Nations, that there were great celebrations in his office. That Boutros Ghali was not well liked. He's very authoritarian. He has padded all of the major posts in the UN offices here in Amman are all Egyptian. That people were appointed more by their nationality than by their qualifications. And that the people are quite happy to see Kofi Annan be the new Secretary General. Many of the people working here have worked with Annan. He's a career UN diplomat. He's the first Secretary General who's come up through the ranks. And he is very well liked by all those who have worked with him and has quite a reputation for his even-handedness in dealing with problems. Relevant to that, but an aside, there was some discussion in the newspaper about the appointment of Madeleine Albright as the new U.S. Secretary of State, along with the re-election of Clinton and the resignation of Christopher. Interesting in the papers, the Israelis are quite pleased about Mrs. Albright being the U.S. Secretary of State. Of those candidates who were being considered for the post, she is very definitely the most pro-Israeli. And Netanyahu and the rest of the Israeli government are quite pleased that she has been given this position. On the other hand, the Arabs, including the Syrian ambassador to the United Nations and a couple of others who were quoted in this paper, say that, and I quote him, he was more forthright, saying his American counterpart, Mrs. Albright, quote, clearly has a problem with the Arabs, unquote. She is very much a hardliner, apparently, and follows policy to the letter, and is less willing to compromise than Warren Christopher was. So she knows little, apparently, about the Middle East and hasn't made a great effort to learn. So the Arab contingent, the Arab world, is simply hoping that she will follow through and learn more about the Arab world here, how they think, what their priorities are, and so on, to be able to handle the situation here in the Middle East even-handedly. Warren Christopher has been, I think 24 times to Syria, and at least that many times, if not more, to Israel, traveling back and forth, since about 1993, when these peace talks were originally initiated. Because I was traveling with Jordanians, I very much have a Jordanian point of view on this trip. The peace treaty between Jordan and Israel was signed in October 1993. Prior to that time, Jordanians simply could not travel to Israel. Unless you had some special reason, a very special reason, there simply was no access. In the meantime, the Allenby Bridge, which goes directly it's a straight run, about 50 miles from Amman to Jerusalem across the Allenby Bridge, which is called the King Abdullah Bridge, named after the grandfather of the present King Hussein of Jordan. That bridge now has been augmented by another bridge called the King Hussein Bridge, which is north and crosses near Irbid. There is an additional crossing now open on the Red Sea between Eilat and Aqaba, which in fact is a lot easier to get across apparently. But in theory, the trip from Amman to Jerusalem, being about 50 miles, should take an hour. Most foreigners don't use this Allenby King Abdullah Bridge because all the Palestinians have to cross through there. And it is exceptionally slow. You can count on a long, long wait. So anybody who can get permission, which the foreigners have, being an American, I don't need a visa. But all of these other Italians and the Costa Ricans and the Moroccans and these Jordanian passports all had permission to pass through the northern bridge for, quote, foreigners. So it was a much faster trip. Surprisingly, the much easier access now for the Palestinians to go back into Israel has created a great deal of upheaval and conflict. So much so that, in fact, last August, there was a conference here of Arabs in the region sponsored by the Royal Society for Interfaith Studies to discuss. The topic, in fact, was called Fear of Peace. And they discussed the apprehensions about economic and strategic vulnerability, about erosions of cultural identity and this sort of thing, because peace, in fact, brings with it its own problems, its own anxieties. These Palestinian Jordanians that were allowed to come with me, interestingly, none of them were complete families. They were husbands whose wives had Syrian passports. Of course, the Syrians still do not recognize Israel. So no Syrian can go to Israel, and anyone who has been to Israel and has an Israeli stamp in their passport can't go to Syria. There were wives with children whose husbands stayed behind for one reason or another. And I kind of wondered if this wasn't one of the reasons why these particular Jordanians were given visas. The tour guide told me that what she is setting up, this was the first trip that she's done like this. What she's setting up is to be the only travel agent that handles this kind of travel. So in fact, it looks like these Jordanians are going on a holiday with other foreign tourists on a package tour to Israel. But in fact, as many of the people in our group did, they didn't stay with us the whole time, if at all. The one older man who was from Jerusalem, after we arrived in Jerusalem, I didn't see him again until we left. All of the Jordanian visas were on one piece of paper, and the stipulation to the tour guide from the Israeli embassy here, the Israelis have built, in fact, just moved in this week into a very large, very beautiful, very secure embassy here in Jordan. But all of these Jordanian visas were put on one piece of paper, and the tour guide was absolutely responsible that every single one of these Jordanians went in with us on the bus and left with us on the bus, that nobody could stay behind for any reason whatsoever. If she was going to be able to do this again, it was very necessary that all of the people, all the Jordanians on this piece of paper, their visas were on the paper, came and left with us. And in fact, all of them came back. They were all at the hotel the night before we left from the various traveling that they'd done. It did, in fact, take us quite a while to clear the Israeli immigration, both going in and out of Israel. Partially, I'm sure, because they had to check this list very thoroughly. The travel guide now has another group lined up to come. She told me that she had chose the people very carefully, these Jordanians very carefully, so that there weren't any people who could potentially cause problems and not return with us. On December 24th, we all met at the travel agents here in Amman and left at 7 in the morning. Stopped in Irbid, about an hour north, IRBID of town, north of Amman, and picked up 3 more young people who work, Jordanians who work for a Arab bank in Irbid. One of them was a young woman named Heidi, who was my roommate for this trip, and then went directly from there. It's about maybe half an hour to the border. The border crossing on the Jordanian side, they're all metal buildings. It all looks very temporary, very new. We had to get off the bus and get off the Jordanian bus and get on a shuttle bus that drove us from the Jordanian side to across the bridge, which is it's not big at all. It's just a little temporary bridge with fences on both sides, marking both borders, and kind of a demarcation sign zone in between that includes the bridge. The Jordan River is the border there. We pulled up to the Israeli side, and the Israeli soldiers, my immediate impression is how young they were. They are kids. Took a look at the load of us on the bus, and there were a few people who were not on the tour who had gotten on this little shuttle bus, and the Israelis said there were too many people on the bus because some of the people were standing. So the bus had to turn around, go back to the Jordanian side, take the people off who were not part of the tour, enough that everybody had a place to sit. All the kids were put on their parents' laps, and people were squeezed into seats, so that we got everybody sitting down. The bus then turned back. This all took about half an hour. Turned back and went back to the Israeli side, and the Israeli officers looked in the windows, and one of them got on the bus, and the only person he took off was the Costa Rican. Costa Rican is a young man, dark-skinned with a beard, who looks Palestinian. and the Israelis took him off. He lives in Switzerland, though. The Israeli soldier took him off, questioned him, looked at his passport, asked him where he's from, what he's doing, what his work is, and so on, and then put him back on the bus. We all had a good laugh about that because the Jordanians were very nervous. The whole trip, they were very concerned about their security. Took us quite a while to pass through the Israeli border. They have got buildings rather than the metal sort of a army camp look that the Jordanian side has. But we finally passed through. They question us very, very carefully. The guide actually she's Jordanian, but she's got a Qatari passport because she grew up in Doha, the capital of Qatar in the Gulf. And the Israeli guard at the first checkpoint before we even got into the buildings asked her quite a few questions about where her family was and what she was doing and how many times she'd been to Israel and so on. The rest of us were just lined up behind her waiting. I was the next one, and they simply asked me, who I was, where I worked, why I was coming to Israel, and I passed through fairly easily. Then you put we had to take everything off the bus. We had carrying everything with us and walked not very far, and they had men with carts that would carry your luggage. But then I put all my luggage on the X-ray machine that goes through that little tunnel, and I was actually the first one through, and they X-rayed it, and the guard spotted something that she wanted to check. So they took me over to another table and opened everything and found, in fact, my black hairbrush that looks like a pistol. So the guy sort of went through it, spotted my hairbrush immediately and took that out and realized that there wasn't anything in there of any danger. They do ask you again and again, every single checkpoint that you go through, ask you if you have any firearms or if anybody has given you anything. Clearing the Israeli border took us about 2 hours longer than we had expected. So from there, we drove straight to Haifa on the coast. Haifa on the Mediterranean coast is Israel's third largest city. It's the country's main port and industrial center, and in fact, it is very polluted from a petroleum factory. The guide told us that the children that grow up in Haifa show all of the symptoms like asthma of the polluted air that they grow up in. Haifa's beaches actually are quite pretty, but because of the pollution, we didn't spend very long in Haifa. Haifa is the world center of the Baha'i faith, and in fact, we saw the Baha'i shrine and gardens. They are located on the slopes, the wooded slopes of Mount Carmel, which makes the background for Haifa, the backdrop for the city. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to go up and visit the shrines and the Universal House of Justice. But the gardens were very, very beautiful. And in fact, all of Haifa is dominated by a golden dome shrine of the Bab, which is set in the middle of some beautiful gardens which come down the slopes of the mountains toward the sea. Because we were so late, we had to keep moving. We stopped very briefly in Haifa and took a bit of a walk through the town, an area near the sea, and stopped at a place called Elijah's Cave at the bottom of this long hike that we took down from the a bluff overlooking the sea down to the water, to the beach area. There's a very large Carmelite monastery in Haifa, which we looked around briefly. This is a Catholic order that takes its name from the mountain range of the area. And below, on the bottom of the hill, underneath the monastery, is a cave called Elijah's Cave, Elijah being a prophet, Christian prophet, where they believe that Elijah once lived. He was a monastic. From Haifa, we drove, it's about half an hour, up into the mountains, the Carmel Mountains, to a chapel on the site of, I don't know, some other battle or something or other. In any case, it's another church that was built to honor Elijah. The church has been owned by this Carmelite order for over 100 years. And the site of it is quite beautiful. One of the Italians had been to Carmel in California, and both he and I were struck by how similar it is to the Mission Carmel in California. This chapel, and in fact there's a Carmelite monastery here also, is built on the site of the sacrifice of Elijah the prophet. The name of the place is Mukraqa, Mukhraqa, Mukraqa, and is one of the reasons it's of interest to tourists is the panoramic view from the roof of the monastery across the Jezreel Valley, and it really was very beautiful. From there, we went back to the Druze village that's nearby and stopped for lunch. By now, it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and again, we didn't have a lot of time to tarry. We headed instead to Akko, Akko, which is in English is spelled Acre. I don't know how to pronounce it, perhaps Acre. This Akko's old city is very much a popular tourist attraction. It's a combination of Islamic minarets and domes and architecture and the Crusader buildings, structures which were reinforced by the Ottomans when they were there. It's always been a very important port. In fact, in the 4th century was when it reached its peak, and Alexander the Great established a mint here, which operated for about 600 years. The name Akko probably comes from the Greek word aka, A-K-A, which means to cure, because the hero Hercules found herbs here that cured his wounds when he was injured in a battle. Akko is only about 30 minutes north of Haifa, but it is centuries away in terms of difference of the architecture. Haifa is all very new. We didn't really see much of an old city. What we did see was very small. Akko, on the other hand, is still very much the old part of town. The old Arab quarter is still very much as it was during Ottoman time. There's a beautiful mosque there called the Mosque of El Jazar Pasha, one of the Ottoman pashas, who in fact, El Jazar means the butcher. He was a particularly brutal man. But in any case, his mosque still survives, surrounded by, it's very pretty. It looks a bit like St. Sophia in Istanbul, in the marble work that's been done around the interior of the mosque. It's very, very beautiful. And it's surrounded by a large garden. Just outside the gates of the mosque is the old city with rows and rows of shops, which have been turned into touristic site. We didn't get there, unfortunately, until after dark. And wandered around this old section after most of the shops had closed or were closing. Interestingly, there were no lights. Although the lights were there, they weren't on. The guide told us that the municipality, of course, is Israeli, because this is in Israel, not the West Bank, but that most of the Arab population, the Palestinians, live in the old city. And in order to make them as comfortable as possible, the Israelis simply don't turn the lights on, electricity on. So we were kind of wandering around the dark through a lot of these caves, these tunnels that led from one shopping street to another. Akko has long been of interest and changed hands from one conqueror to another because of its natural bay, which is really very beautiful. As we were walking on the walls of the old city along the waterfront, looking down into the homes where people are living, the guide pointed out the miserable conditions which were apparent to everyone. apparently the Israelis do not allow the inhabitants of these buildings, for historic reasons, to make any kind of repairs. So if the ceiling falls down, or a wall caves in, or the electricity goes out, or the flat doesn't have any electricity, they simply can't make any repairs. Again, done from the Israeli point of view in terms of maintaining the historic credibility of the site, but from the Palestinian point of view, simply done to make them as miserable as possible. And the living quarters in this old city were really pretty awful. One of the places that the guide led us to was an old caravanserai, which has been, caravanserai was a market. Let's see, they had shops on the upper levels, and this one, in fact, had two upper levels, quite a large one. And at the lower level, those rooms were for the animals. So travelers would come and stay in these enclosed, the caravan would stay in this enclosed building. They always have a large courtyard in the middle. This one had a particularly large one, which has become the local soccer stadium. And in fact, there was a group of young men there playing soccer. But the guide pointed out that this was one of the places where some scenes from that Sally Fields movie, Not Without My Daughter, about Iran after the revolution, some scenes for that movie were shot in the center courtyard of this very beautiful old caravanserai. We spent about 2 hours in Akko, first following the guide in a very straggly trail of tourists, following the guide through this maze of streets in the old city. And he led us finally out to the walls that ran along the seafront, and then we walked for a distance on the walls, and then back down to the bus, which was parked in a flat area at the end of the walls, down by the sea. And it was really very beautiful. The sea is quite clean there, certainly clean enough to swim in. There weren't very many people out in Akko. This would have been probably 8, 9 o'clock at night. And as we arrived back to the bus, the Italians were still with us, and I was walking with the Italians at this point because we were moving a lot faster. So we sat on the seaside on the wall and looking out to sea and just talked while the other people in the group began straggling down the hill. Mind you, in order to leave at 7 o'clock in the morning, that morning, we had all gotten up quite early, 5:36, some of them, in order to get things packed and get over to the bus on time. So we were a pretty dead tired group. We left Akko and then drove back to Jerusalem to our hotel. We stayed in a hotel called the Pilgrim's Palace Hotel, just outside the Damascus Gate, and certainly recommend it. It was a lovely place. The guide had said it was 3-star, but in fact the notice on the back of my door said that the price here was $125 for a double per night. Now, this tour group obviously didn't pay anywhere near that. The hotel is owned by Palestinians and is certainly run. It was as nice as anything I've ever stayed in. And it was in walking distance, just a couple of down the block to the Damascus Gate into the old walled city of Jerusalem. Anyway, we checked in. My roommate Heidi and I went up to our room. And I would imagine that within half an hour, everybody on the bus was already in bed and asleep. We were so tired. So that was the end of day one. The next morning, which was Christmas Day, we started off touring around Jerusalem. Jerusalem has a population of about 600,000 people now, and roughly 26 to 28,000 of those live within the old walled cities. It is the highly disputed capital of Israel. In fact, the initial capital was supposed to be Tel Aviv, and the Knesset, the government, was actually established there in 1948 and stayed for about a year until they moved the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And in fact, we did drive by the building, the government hill, where the Knesset is, and which is the Parliament building, and the house of all the other government buildings. Mind you, most countries still maintain their embassies in Tel Aviv. Hasn't been a consensus yet on approval for moving the Jewish capital, the Israeli capital, to Tel Aviv. One of the things that I was interested in doing, I had spoken with the tour guide about it before, was to get a ticket, actually go to a Mass, Catholic Mass, on Christmas Eve night, midnight Mass, in one of the main churches in Israel. And I found that this wasn't possible. The Mass, the one that most people are interested in, is the Christmas Eve midnight Mass in Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity. And in fact, you need a ticket to do it. It is limited to invited protocol. Obviously the religious hierarchy, and then Christian members of the Israeli government and other visiting dignitaries. Ordinary people can buy a ticket to go as long as the tickets last, which costs 15 shekels, which amounts to about $48. So I decided to skip that. In fact, by the time we got there on Christmas Eve, I highly doubt that there would have been any tickets left. There are so many other churches, Catholic churches, in the Old City and around Jerusalem, that had I been motivated and not so tired in the evenings, I'm sure I could have found a Mass someplace. I know that the Catholic Italians all went off to High Mass one on Christmas night, and then they went again in Bethlehem on Christmas Day. I'll just read some of the blurb on Jerusalem from my guidebook, because it says very succinctly what my experience was. It calls Jerusalem perhaps the most fascinating city in the world, as well as one of the most beautiful. It is also surely the holiest city of all. So many people have attached so much importance to Jerusalem for so many different and conflicting reasons for so many years. In Hebrew, it's called, can't pronounce the word, which means city of peace. In Arabic, it's called Al-Quds, the holy. Quds is spelled Quds. Even in Bahrain, near the where my compound was, the main street that ran through that district was called Al-Quds. Then the guidebook continues. Jerusalem can be divided into three parts: the walled Old City, East Jerusalem, and the New City, which rapidly continues to grow around both. The Old City is the main attraction for everyone, the religious, the historian, and the more casual visitor. Within its walls, you will find the holiest Jewish site, the Western Wall, part of the Temple, the third holiest Muslim site, the Temple Mount, from where Muhammad rose to heaven. It's the third site following Mecca first, and then Medina, which are both in Saudi Arabia. And the holy Christian sites of the trial of Jesus, his crucifixion, burial, and resurrection. Now, in the Old City, this path is called the Via Dolorosa, which is the way in which Jesus was first condemned and then dragged the cross to the crucifixion, and eventually was buried. My guidebook does point out, though, that today's Via Dolorosa has little to do with historic reality, although I did follow it later in the day. The book goes on to say that East Jerusalem, along with the Old City, were under Jordanian control until 1967, which was the date of one of the wars. And the Old City also has the Arab markets, and in East Jerusalem, you could be in any modern-day Arab town. The New City, which is also called West Jerusalem, is cleaner, more modern, and less exotic. However, here you will find some of Israel's leading museums, the Knesset building, and most of the city's Jewish restaurants, cafes, and nightlife. Now, I've also read elsewhere that when the West Jerusalem, the Israeli part, closes for Sabbath, the more liberal Israelis head for East Jerusalem to the Arab quarter, Arab district, to enjoy the nightlife there. And in fact, I did one night, Christmas Eve night, after we got back we went over to Tel Aviv. There were about 8 of us, all Jordanians and me, Arabs and me, who took a shared taxi, and went into the eastern district, which is where our hotel was, and had a terrific time wandering around the cafes and looking at all the shops that were open.
We should point out that Christmas is not only celebrated on the 25th of December, that the Orthodox Christians celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January. And in fact, the Christian Epiphany, which is considered the manifestation of the divinity of Christ, is celebrated on January 6th and is commemorated with three different events. One is the baptism in the River Jordan, the coming of the wise men to Bethlehem, and the miracle of Canaan. We did, in fact, see a place on the River Jordan, Jordan River called now, one of the sites where these mass baptisms take place. Just to give a very brief run through the modern history of Jerusalem, after World War I, the British Allenby's forces captured Jerusalem from the Ottoman forces, and Jerusalem became the administrative capital of the British Mandate. But it was also, during this period, the site of real open warfare between the Jews and the Arabs. Then the British withdrew from Palestine, and the UN was left responsible for supervising Jerusalem. Then in 1948, during what's called the War of Independence, the Jordanians a great deal of Jerusalem and took over the Old City and East Jerusalem, while the Jews held West Jerusalem. And in fact, it became there was large patches of kind of a no man's land that separated them. It was during this period, following this period, that the state of Israel declared Jerusalem as its capital, part of Jerusalem. Then for 19 years, actually, Jerusalem was a divided city until the 1967 Six-Day War, where the Israelis captured the whole of Jerusalem and began a massive program of restoration and landscaping of all Jerusalem, and including within the walls of the old city. These are Ottoman walls, by the way. They're not any older than that. On Christmas morning, I headed out with my Arab Muslim friends to celebrate Christmas. We started first at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is in the Old City. In fact, it's part of this Via Dolorosa, this road that's holy to Christians, which spans the road as a path, really, through the village, through the old quarter, spans both the Muslim and the Christian quarters. It's traditionally the route followed by Jesus as he carried the cross to Calvary. But again, my guidebook points out that the path of this road is based more on faith than on history. That as early as the 8th century, some of the stops of the Via Dolorosa have been changed for whatever reasons, who knows. I did, not this day, but a couple of days later, I did follow this Via Dolorosa, and each station is marked in Roman numerals, in brass Roman numerals on the building. They are places where certain significant things happened, where he looked at his mother, where he dropped the cross, and that sort of thing. The next day, not this day, but the day after Christmas, when I did follow this with the help of my guidebook, and I trailed behind a tour group, the guide of which was speaking English. There are also people who, and I did see a Philippine group from the Philippines, who drag across around this whole winding path through the old city. The stations, there are 14 stations, and station 10 to 14 are actually inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This being the spot where Jesus was supposedly stripped of his clothing and nailed to the cross, and where he died here on the cross. His body's taken down, and then he's laid. The stone is still, with quite a little nice monument around it, the stone where Jesus' body was laid. The building itself is squeezed into the very cramped Christian quarter. I understand that after one of the wars, I guess the Six-Day War,
the Israelis cleared in front of the doorway, cleared all of the old houses that had been built up against it, and have a very tiny courtyard in front of the church. More, I think, for to accommodate the tour groups than anything else. The church itself is a combination of different types of architecture. It's very dark inside and very cramped, and it's not very big, although it's got a lot of little rooms leading off here and there. Certainly on Christmas Day, it was probably one of the most crowded places in the world. People were literally crammed in there. Much to my surprise, the bulk of the people there were, while there were certainly a number of Europeans, I heard most languages being spoken. What was a surprise to me was that the Europeans and the Americans were vastly outnumbered by East Europeans. Apparently because the Israelis are very reluctant to hire Palestinians for a number of reasons, political reasons, which I won't go into here. There are instead quite a number, thousands in fact, of both Turkish and Romanian workers here. The Turks, of course, are Muslim, but the Romanians are Catholic. And the tour guide, when I asked later, told me that the bulk of the tour, the people in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Christmas Day were Romanians. Now, whether or not that's true, I'm not sure, but they were clearly East European, and they were there in mass. Hundreds and hundreds of them in all of the different sites that I went to, both on Christmas Day and the day after Christmas when I went to Nazareth and some of the other places. One thing that I did notice that, in fact, the architecture really is rather ugly. It has not got the grace or the beauty of a lot of the other churches, basilicas, and so that I've seen in my travels. But it is no doubt one of the most, the central shrine of Christianity, and has the most sacred of places, including the site of Jesus' crucifixion, the burial, and the resurrection. The day after Christmas, when I was in there, however, there were a group of Franciscan, French Franciscan monks who were having a mass, and they very rudely closed some of the sites where we were lined up to go in and see, touch, kiss, whatever your preference is, these different stones and caves and so on within the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and then all the masses that were just milling around. And they very rudely closed all of these sites and sent all of us either to the sidelines, pressed against the walls so we wouldn't interfere with their procession, or a lot of people they just simply threw out of the building. They literally pushed them right out the door. That was a little upsetting, and a lot of people were very upset by it, those who had actually come for more Christian purposes than I as merely a tourist. Well, one could spend a lifetime studying the past, present, and the very unsure future of Jerusalem, which many scholars have, in fact, and if you're interested in that, buy a book. I took the third day that we were there was a free day, and I took a walking tour from a group called Zion Walking Tours within the Old City. The guide was an old Israeli named Menachem, who said he's done 35 years worth of tour guiding around Israel. He was born in Jerusalem. And I'll pass on to you some of the statistics that he gave. We walked through the Armenian Quarter, which has about 25,000 people there. The Armenian Quarter, in fact, is walled in, and you can enter only through one gate, which happens to be the entrance to the principal Armenian church in the quarter. You have to be Armenian to even enter or have specific business with the name of whoever it is you're going to visit within the quarter. So the Armenians are very much kept to themselves. There are about 3,000 Jews living in the Jewish quarter, about 5,000 to 6,000 Jews living in the Christian quarter, and the balance are 17,000 to 18,000 Arabs, Muslims primarily, living in the Muslim quarter, for a total of something like 26,000 to 28,000 people in the Old City. It is really compressed living. They are living cheek by jowl, and the only indication that you're moving from one quarter to the other is the people who are the shop owners there. The signs tend to be, all of them, in Hebrew, Arabic, and English throughout the whole country, and certainly within the Old City itself.
The walking tour was quite interesting. Menachem is very much an old Jew, and pointed out as we were going through the Jewish quarter, pointed out to me, I thought very pointedly, all of the old synagogues that the Jordanians had bombed during the Six-Day War. But he did, in fact, take us through all of the districts so that I got more of an overview of the old city. I had more or less wandered through it myself and gotten quite lost, quite turned around, and with the guide discovered places that I had no idea were there. Jerusalem certainly is in itself, the old city is in itself a site worth going back to visit more closely. This company called Zion Walking Tours also offers a tour called the Underground City, which includes this archaeological tunnel that was opened by Netanyahu in September and caused bloody riots and clashes between Israeli and Palestinian police in Jerusalem and some other of the cities around Israel. I also visited the Temple Mount, which is a vast man-made platform it's a walled area within the old city walls. There are 8 gates to enter the Temple Mount, but in fact, although Muslims can enter any of them, the non-Muslims are sent around to one gate. I went there initially with one of the Jordanians and was turned away. They let him in to one of the back gates, but I was turned away and told I had to go back to the tourist gate, which is called the Morocco Gate, or in Arabic, the Maghreb Bab, the Maghreb Gate. Within the Temple Mount is the Al-Aqsa Mosque, AQSA, Aqsa Mosque, which I visited, and it certainly ranks as one of the largest of all the mosques in the world, certainly among those that I've seen. At one end of it, and at the other end, is the Dome of the Rock, which is spectacular. It's difficult to describe the beauty of this place. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, now, to enter the Temple Mount is free. Anybody can go in there. But, in fact, to visit the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, and there's also a small Islamic museum there, actually cost me $7, which is a rather stiff fee for walking in and out. To enter the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, because there's so many tourists there, the Palestinians, who actually have control of this site, much to my surprise, don't insist that tourists cover. You do have to take your shoes off, and you're not allowed to take cameras in. But beyond that, there were women, no one had headscarves on, none of the women, and there were women in there with short-sleeve shirts on and men in shorts. Mind you, the weather was beautiful when I was there. It was probably high 60s, low 70s during the day, so it was short-sleeve weather. The Al-Aqsa Mosque has had a recent renovation because of a fire in 1969 set by a crazed Australian Christian fanatic who thought he'd had a call from God to restore this Muslim site as a Jewish temple. The fire unfortunately destroyed a great deal of the historic furnishings of the mosque, including apparently a magnificent wooden mihrab, which is the wooden pulpit in a mosque. The Dome of the Rock, which is in fact a mosque, inside of which is the sacred rock on which the Muslims believe that Muhammad began his night journey, his ascension to heaven. And the Christians believe that the Christians and the Jews believe that Abraham prepared to sacrifice his son Isaac on this rock. The building, the shrine itself, is every bit as beautiful as all of the blurbs say that it would be. The dome itself is sheathed in gold, and I heard that was paid for by a consortium of very wealthy Saudis to the tune of billions of dollars. Inside the mosque, King Hussein of Jordan has just donated must be about almost $300,000 worth of carpeting, Turkish carpet, in fact, that was made specifically to the specifications of the dimensions of the holy shrine.
very, very beautiful Turkish carpeting inside. But the building itself is covered in mosaic, primarily blue. And the building itself dominates all of the old city, and in fact, you can see it from every hilltop in Jerusalem. It's quite beautiful. Christmas Day, I went with the tour bus and the Jordanians to the Mount of Olives, which is in fact in East Jerusalem, and it is the mountainside to the east, which overlooks the old city. Traditionally, you take a bus or however, get somehow to the top, and then walk down through a series of churches and gardens. The gardens of Gethsemane are there, and various churches, including one very, very beautiful Russian Orthodox church with a mosaic, including gold tiles on the front of it. Not far from in fact, from the Mount of Olives, you can see the Israeli Knesset building, the Parliament building, which was built in 1966, the new building, and the very modern museum, Hebrew University, another hillside in Jerusalem. And indeed, even in Jerusalem, there's a biblical zoo with my guidebook says a ragged collection of creatures mentioned in the Bible. It also says not to visit the zoo. But Jerusalem has everything for everyone, including all of the three major monotheistic religions and their holy sites. Just re-listen to the episode here about Jerusalem, and there is one correction. In the Christian quarter within the old city, there are 5,000 to 6,000 Christians living there. But in fact, within the city, there's no specific rule that says that you have to be of the religious faith to live in that quarter. In fact, in walking through the Muslim quarter with Menahem, the old guide, he pointed out an Israeli flag hanging in one window, and mentioned that there were some Jewish Israelis living there in the old quarter. So it is mixed. To a certain extent. Remember, of course, that these families have lived in these particular homes for generations. Menahem had the same characteristic lilt to his speech that Joel's New York relatives do, and he was actually quite a delightful old man. He and I hit it off quite well. We were trading facts back and forth, and I was picking his brain for information. He's an old man, and we were often walking arm in arm to me helping him up the steep steps through the old city and walking ahead or behind of the rest of the tour group. There was another American family there, a man and his wife and two young kids who spoke Hebrew. The man did, so I assumed they were Jewish. And there were a couple of young Canadians there who were traveling, who were in this tour group with us. Menahem felt something of affinity towards me, and we hit it off quite well, in fact. I'm going to include a photograph that I took of Menahem with a little Arab girl. We stopped to look at one site within the Muslim quarter, and he happened to know the family that lived there, and some of the kids came out, and he was chatting with them and picked up a little girl. And all people in the Middle East love children, and I snapped a photograph of him. Menahem was quite a kick. He has traveled through the Jordan also. So we were also sharing comments on the different sites in Jordan of historic interest. But he had rules that the people in his tour had to follow. One of those was that you were not allowed to take pictures while he was talking. You had to listen to his blurb, and then we could take pictures. He wanted to be sure that everyone was paying attention to him. I did ask him if he was a retired school teacher at one point. He laughed and said no, he'd been a tour guide forever. Incidentally, the guidebook that I used is the Lonely Planets Book to Israel, which I do recommend. Lonely Planets put out excellent guidebooks, and the one to Israel was quite informative. As I was traveling around with these Arabs, an awful lot of the patter from the guide would be in Arabic, and I could recognize the names. I speak that much Arabic. I recognize the names, and I just cross-reference it in my guidebook and see what it said in English. Another note on the Temple Mount, and again, I'll include some pictures of that. the whole area, the Temple Mount area, closes from 11 o'clock in the morning and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to all non-Muslims, and then all day Friday for prayers. At the entrance gates, there are Israeli soldiers, but they defer to the Palestinian authorities, who are civilians, who are also sitting there, and it's the Palestinians who decide who goes in and who doesn't go in that specific gate. And in fact, it was the Palestinian who turned me away the day that I went with my Jordanian friend. Another point on the Mount of Olives is that on the slopes of the Mount of Olives, which overlook the Old City, is the world's oldest and certainly the largest Jewish cemetery, which dates back to biblical times. It goes as far as the eye can see in both directions. Its importance is based on the belief that this is the site where the resurrection of the dead on the Day of Judgment will be, when the Messiah comes. And the Jews believe that by being buried in this cemetery, they will be the first ones to approach the gates of heaven and presumably reach access to it. Mid-morning on Christmas Day, after we visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, I got on the bus with the rest of the tour group, and we went to Bethlehem. Bethlehem is in the West Bank. It is controlled by the Palestinians, and in fact, as far as the Israelis and the Palestinians are concerned, it belongs to a different country. In fact, in one of the souvenir shops around the Mark of the Manger Square in the front of the church, I heard the local merchant there tell a tourist that he had no information about how to get to Jerusalem because it was another country. Bethlehem was a disappointment. The population of the city is about 35,000, primarily Arabs, and it is. Their arrangements for the tourists are not very good. The hotels there are less expensive than they are in Jerusalem, but I would imagine that the services are also less. There's a very small, the church itself is quite small. The square across from the Church of the Nativity, the principal church, the one to which I had hoped to get access to the Christmas Eve service, but this Manger Square is actually a parking lot, a large parking lot, surrounded by, on one side is dominated by a Palestinian the authority police building, and the rest of them are restaurants and tourist shops, none of which are particularly, they were crammed on Christmas Day, but they sell the usual stuff. In the basement of the Church of the Nativity is a grotto that is the popular version of the Nativity say that this is where Jesus was born. There was an absolute crush, I mean literally a crush of people to get in. I followed, squeezed around the back of the crowd against the back wall, and followed a Romanian on crutches and his pals as they elbowed their way through the crowd, and got myself into the through the press of people into this grotto. It's just a series of caves. There is the experts have read, translated, and retranslated references in the Bible, and there is some thinking now that in fact Mary and Joseph were not natives of Nazareth, but rather of Bethlehem, and that at the time of Christ's birth they were living with Joseph's parents in Bethlehem, and that this manger was in fact refers to a cave. There are many caves behind and underneath the homes in Bethlehem, and they were routinely used as part of the living quarters. So there is some belief, some support for the fact that Mary and Joseph were living with Joseph's parents in the rear of the house, and that the cave was used for the birth of Christ. By the way, there is an excellent article about Mary, in the cult of Mary, really, in Life magazine of December 1996, with some very beautiful pictures of all of the different representations of Mary. It points out that the only thing that's really known about Mary is that she was a young Jewish girl. She was Semitic, not a blue-eyed blonde, as a lot of the icons depict her, and not black or Japanese, as I've also seen in some icons. And that all they know is that she went to the women's section in a synagogue and prayed there with the rest of the people. And that one extraordinary day she was visited by an angel who asked if she would be willing to play a part in the birth of God's Son. She said yes. And then, so the story goes, that they don't know exactly what year, but she and her husband traveled to Bethlehem, maybe, and there they celebrated the birth of their son. They named him Yeshua, Y-E-S-H-U-A, which in Greek means Jesus. In Arabic, it's Isa, I-S-S-A, which is a common Arab name. And that's all they really know about this young woman whose name was Miriam, actually, M-I-R-I-A-M. The rest of it is all conjecture, again, based more on faith, based more on interpretation than on fact. There's been a running battle between the Greek Orthodox and the Armenians and the Roman Catholics as to who actually has control, management of this Church of the Nativity. It, in fact, has led to bloodshed over the years. And there is, so the church itself is divided into separate chapels for each one of the the primary parties. Next to the, let's see, I guess behind the Church of the Nativity is a Greek Orthodox monastery. And connected by doorways, next to the Church of the Nativity, is the Franciscan Church of St. Catherine, which is built in 1881. And it is from here that the Midnight Mass is held on the 24th of December and broadcast around the world. We got there after the Mass, and it was interesting to watch people from certainly all different countries all over the world leaving the chapel. And then after the crowd cleared, I went back in and took some photographs in there. Nothing remarkable about this church. It's a very lovely place and quite large, but without the grandeur, again, of some of the other churches, basilicas, and so on that I've seen. Having made that comment, very much from a tourist point of view, I also should point out that while all my Jordanian friends went to a restaurant and sat out in this patio and had lunch, I opted to take that hour and wander back through the Church of the Nativity and some of these other places and just sat and soaked up the aura of the, it really is a very special place. Perhaps it was Christmas Day, yes, that gave that sense, but to see all of these other pilgrims and watch them in their supplications to the various shrines that are within these churches, and also the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, was really quite a moving experience. Referring to an article from the Jordan Times of last October, the headline is "Israeli Closure Hurts Bethlehem Tourism." After the violence of last October, the Israelis closed the border between that led from Jerusalem, the road that led from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. It would not allow anybody to pass, buses, especially the tour buses. So the tourists were simply getting off their Israeli tour bus, walking across the border, and getting on Palestinian tour buses and going into with the Palestinian tour bus into Bethlehem. It led to something like a $10 million loss in tourism. The Palestinians are losing an awful lot of money because of the Israeli closures of the Palestinian self-rule areas. The worst of this followed the violence where the Palestinians and the Israelis, I believe there were about 60 Palestinians and 15 Israelis killed in the violence that followed the opening of the tunnel, which I mentioned earlier on the tape in Jerusalem. In the afternoon after lunch, we left Bethlehem and drove to Tel Aviv, which is supposedly the capital of Israel. Tel Aviv has a population now of about 400,000, and is really a very beautiful city. It's on the Mediterranean. It's got beautiful, beautiful white beaches. But first, backing up, driving across Israel, it looks like any other Mediterranean country. Um, Same flora and fauna, which looks basically like Northern California. Um, I didn't see the very modern cities developed and so on that I expected. Rather, it's in the northern part of Israel in any case. It's fairly arid, semi-arid, like Jordan, and not the Negev, not the absolute desert of southern Israel. Um, Approaching Tel Aviv, the tour guide, who is very much involved in the environmental program in Israel, pointed out a mountain of garbage, which he said that garbage disposal is a real problem in Israel. In Tel Aviv, they think they have solved the problem by collecting it in they were literally mountains outside of town. This is from the Tel Aviv Jaffa district region. This garbage is being processed. The biodegradable things are being biodegraded. The other refuge, like plastics and so on, are being taken out of the garbage. And then the biodegradable stuff is being mixed with dirt and different chemicals and stored in these great mountains. It will eventually be trucked to the south and sprinkled around the desert, hopefully to further biodegrade, further disintegrate, and mix with the very shallow pan of soil that exists in the desert. Tel Aviv, which now incorporates the old Arab town of Jaffa, is Israel's largest metropolis and, in fact, the financial and business center. It was the first modern Jewish city, and it's marked by its really rapid development. There's this, as you approach the town, you pass the Tel Aviv University, which sits strikingly on a hilltop overlooking the whole of the city with some very stunning modern architecture. We drove very briefly through Tel Aviv and headed toward Jaffa. Jaffa is actually very, very old. The archaeologists there have dug up remains that date from about the 18th century BC, which make it one of the oldest cities in the world. Our interest, of course, was because I was traveling with Arabs. So we headed for Jaffa, which old Jaffa has, particularly down by the waterfront, has been torn down, basically. What didn't fall down has been torn down. And it has been turned into a very westernized complex of shops, tourist shops, artist shops. It's become very much an artist colony. There are some lovely parks within the old city complex, and including some new condominiums. In a newspaper that I picked up in Israel, I found an advertisement for where they're selling condominiums. They're now selling apartments in building number 4. A 3-room apartment costs about $400,000. A development called Andromeda Hill, which overlooks the sea, gives you some idea of the cost of living in Israel. The exchange rate is $3.02 shekels. In other words, 3 shekels, 200 to the dollar. And I found all of us, the Jordanians, certainly found Israel to be quite expensive. Things that we can buy here in Jordan for maybe like a shawarma, a sandwich, which costs about 45 cents here in Jordan, was 1.5 shekels, which amounts to about $2 or $3 in Israel. The Israelis, you'll see the money noted in NIS, which means a new Israeli shekel. They have reissued the money. I forget when. I was in my guidebook someplace. So whatever money you read will probably be in new shekels. We spent quite a bit of time, in fact, wandering around the old city of Jaffa. Ended up down on the port, on the wharf, looking back on the hillside, which looks something like the buildings of Sausalito. And then got back on the bus, and we had lost a couple more of our Jordanians at this point who'd peeled off to go stay in Jaffa with relatives. Now it was about 6 o'clock in the evening on a beautiful, warm, believe it or not, winter evening. And we decided to head to one of the restaurants on the beachfront. So the tour bus took us around on a brief wander through downtown Tel Aviv, which is very, very modern and very, very nicely developed. To be a wonderful place to work, I think. And went to a restaurant right on the beach, literally on the beach. They had the plastic chairs and tables right on the beach. We opted to sit because it was getting a little chilly. To sit on the terrace, the stone terrace, and had a coffee. There were about 6 or 7 of us left now. We sat with our feet up on the wall, the retaining wall overlooking the sea. And with us, my roommate Heidi had never seen the sea. She's from Irbid in Jordan, and she was soaking wet by the time we got back to the bus. She and one of the men that she was traveling with, one of her friends from work, went off and played in the water for probably the 3 hours we were there. And then the little girl named Dahlia, she was 10 years old, had also never seen the sea, and her mother let her play in the sand. We took turns running down, building sand castles with her, and she was also wet to the knees, wet and sandy when we got back to the bus. But it was such a pleasure watching her enjoyment, if you can remember back to the first time that you ever saw the sea. So we sat on the terrace of this restaurant listening to the Beatles, tape playing over and over again, and had coffee and sandwiches and so on. Quite a lovely way to end Christmas Day. The day after Christmas was a free day. After we left Tel Aviv, we went back actually got there about 11 o'clock at night, back to our hotel in Jerusalem. The next day was a free day, and I spent that day wandering in the old city took the 3-hour walking tour with Menachem. Many of the Palestinians went off to visit relatives. They went to Ramallah and Jenin. There was one woman and her 2 grown-up daughters with us who was from Gaza Strip, and they were going to try again to get into Gaza. She and both of her daughters carry Moroccan passports. She told me the story of that. We were off walking one night, she and her daughters and a couple of the others and I went to explore the nightlife of Jerusalem. But she told me that at the point when the 6-day war broke out, she was married and already was living in Kuwait and working in Kuwait with her husband. Her husband was also from the Gaza Strip, and he had brought his only family member, his mother, with him. But she left behind her parents and brothers and sisters. When the Israelis closed the Gaza Strip, she was left without nationality. The Israelis would not give her an Israeli passport. They insisted that she must stay with her husband. So she got an Egyptian passport. The Egyptians provided temporary provisional passports to the Palestinians who had been locked out of Gaza. And she traveled on that for a while, but it was only a temporary passport. She said they researched very long and hard to find a passport for her and her husband, and came up with Moroccan passports because many, many years ago, something like 800 years ago, her and her husband's relatives had come from Morocco, migrated from Morocco to Palestine. And the Moroccans were willing to give passports to all of these people who were without passports because of the Israeli government policies. So neither she nor her husband or her daughters have ever been to Morocco, but they're traveling on Moroccan passports. I might mention here that as soon as we passed the Israeli checkpoints and entered Israel, the tour guide collected all of the Jordanian passports for those people who had visas and were on her list. and their passports were locked in the safe at the hotel at Jerusalem, so that these people would absolutely return to the Jordan with us on the bus. These three women with Moroccan passports and the rest of us that had other passports were on our own. We had our passports with us, and we were simply on the honor system to go back through the Israeli checkpoint back into Jordan together. Mention on the beach in Tel Aviv, there's a photograph in my guidebook of the beach on Shabbat in August, and it is absolutely wall-to-wall people wearing modern bathing suits. The night that we were there, there was nobody out. We only saw one man swimming, in fact. The tour guide mentioned that the beautiful white sand of the beaches on the Mediterranean in Israel actually come up the Nile. The sand comes up the Nile in Egypt and is slowly deposited on the shores of Israel, depending on the currents. Since the building of the Aswan Dam, this supply of sand has been cut off, if not very much reduced. So the Israelis have to actually clean and process the sand that's on the beaches now in Israel, in Tel Aviv. On the last day of our marathon trip, we headed for the Galilee area and the Golan in the northern part of Israel. This is primarily where the most of the Arabs live. Our first stop was the city of Nazareth, which has about 50,000 people and is one of the country's largest towns. Nazareth today is notable for the importance of its Christian shrines, and it's the main center of the Christian missionary movement in the Holy Land. It's really a very interesting town. Down the sides of a mountaintop, and it's really very, very pretty town. The main church there is the Basilica of the Annunciation, which was built in 1955 and is beautiful in its starkness. The basilica it's a cluster actually of churches. The main church, the basilica, sits on a hillside and has two levels. At the lower level is a small chapel with a stone which is thought to be the site of Joseph's carpentry shop. On the main level, on the higher level, the church is known for its collection of murals which depict Mary and baby Jesus, which were donated by Christian groups from all around the world. They cover the walls, and mind you, they are massive. They cover the walls all the way around the sides of this basilica and are really very, very beautiful. And next to the Basilica of the Annunciation are many, many different chapels of different denominations. Nazareth, of course, is the place where Joseph and Mary traditionally returned to set up household, and Jesus was brought up in Nazareth. From there, we traveled to north up towards the Sea of Galilee to a place called the Church of the Multiplication of the Loaves and Fishes. This is considered really one of the most beautiful and serene places of the Christian holy places in the country. The site is in a rural landscape with beautiful gardens and has managed to escape much of the commercialism of modern Israel. Traditionally, this is the place where the Sermon on the Mount and the multiplication of the loaves and the fishes, where Jesus changed the water to wine and with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish fed 5,000 people. Our last stop was at a little resort on the Sea of Galilee, which was a beautiful place. We stopped and had lunch here and took a boat trip out on the Sea of Galilee with a group of local Palestinian kids who'd come for the day, and it was quite a way to end the trip. As soon as the boat got out on the water, there were maybe a dozen of these Palestinian kids, and there were probably, all of the Italians and everybody had returned to the bus group, so there must have been about 25 of us. And in addition, there were a few other tourists on the boat, but including a group of about 12 Arab-speaking Christian nuns in their black habits. Before we set out on our boat trip, everybody gathered around on the main deck of the boat and turned these plastic chairs around so that we were facing out, so that we could see the scenery, and propped our legs up on the railing. And the nuns all sat together in one long row. As soon as the boat got started and we got out into the lake, they turned the music on, and the rest of the trip was spent dancing to Arab music. With all of us danced with the Palestinian kids. Most of the people from our group got up. The Arabs, everybody in the Middle East dances, and everybody took a turn at dancing. Eventually, they put the Macarena on, and the younger people started dancing, and that was quite a kick. It was really a wonderful way, a very Arab experience, way to end this trip. The Golan, looking from the Sea of Galilee, on the Israeli side of the Golan, it's not heavily developed, but there are certainly a string of cities lining the shores of the sea. On the contented side, what was the Syrian side, there's nothing, absolutely nothing. It's just bare, dry mountains. Maybe one or two very small villages dotting the shores on the opposite side. Golan Heights were seized. Israel took these from Syria in the 1967 war. After the peace accords, which were signed in Washington, the Syrians and the Israelis finally began to talk. And the Syrians claim, which is corroborated by the Egyptian President Mubarak, that the previous Israeli government had told them, the Syrians, that they would eventually return all of the Golan Heights. The guide told me, which reinforced what I've read in newspaper articles, both in the Jordan Times and in the British Guardian paper, which I read regularly, that the argument that returning the Golan Heights to Syria poses a security threat to Israel is really just barely a cover. That the real importance of the Golan is water. That by maintaining the Golan Heights, Israel controls a free water supply to Israel, and particularly to Tel Aviv. In Tel Aviv, they have drawn off the local aquifers to the extent that salt water has crept into the aquifers, making the water undrinkable. The water now for much of Israel, and certainly all of Tel Aviv, comes from the Sea of Galilee. The Sea of Galilee is fed by 3 rivers, only one of which originates in Israel. Another one comes from Syria, and the third one comes through Lebanon, which of course is controlled by the Syrians.